Forgot something? Well, oh well. Oh, Smash is here. Hey, sorry, Smash.
Hello?
And we lost someone else.
We lost
We
Ray.
lost Ray.
Yeah, I can't hear anybody.
Oh no.
Hey, how's it going?
Can you hear us now?
Let's see, audio. Okay, so y'all can hear me.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
we can hear you.
Hold on, let me try a thing.
Yes, we definitely need to be able to hear you. And if anyone is joining over on YouTube or Twitch, hello, welcome. Thank you for joining. We're just trying to figure out a few things here so that Smash can hear us. I think Ray just came back too.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Ray.
I'm gonna do it differently. You gotta turn my TV on and PlayStation 5 on and then go to YouTube.
That sounds very complicated. All right, and room time. Whoa, what's up? How are you doing? Smash, can you hear us now? I could play some music while we wait. I could put
Music
a
never
stream
hurts.
starting soon.
All right, let me try this again. I'm going to leave and come back and see what happens.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, in the meantime, shall we introduce ourselves maybe to the stream then? So we all know who's who and what our baseline knowledge is of D&D.
Yeah, who wants to start?
Any volunteers?
Hi, I'm Space Cadet. I've only played 2 one-shots so far, and that's the limit of my knowledge.
Is it only 2, really?
I think so. This is for D&D.
Yeah.
Proper is only 2.
Oh, man.
Yeah. How you doing, everyone?
Is it only 2, really? Crap.
I think so. This is for D&D.
Echo. Hey, Dennis, what's up? And hey. Hi again on stream.
All right.
Did we turn it down? Are we still hearing ourselves?
Oh, even more down. Okay. Hold on.
Just put it on mute.
Yeah, just mute it.
I try.
Okay, and anyone else? So we have Space's intro.
All right.
Yep.
I'm Ray Boy. My D&D experience is just like Space, 2 or 3 campaigns so far.
Okay.
And of course, Lasers Have Feeling, which we play with Smash.
Right,
so,
right.
That's also something I did, which was very much fun.
Smash can hear us now.
Nope, still can't hear y'all. I mean, I can, but it's coming out of my phone.
Is it like a speaker, like that you need to change where it's the sound is coming from, maybe? Like if it's on your phone, is it like coming from like the actual like this part, not like the speaker part?
Yeah, it's coming from my phone, not from my earbuds, but my earbuds are in. And it's connected.
All right. Well, while you troubleshoot, we have 2 more intros.
So my name's Supreme, and I am currently playing in 2 campaigns. I am a DM in 1 campaign, and I've previously played in 2 campaigns and 3 one-shots.
Wow. How do you have the time to do to do all of that?
I have no social life. Simple.
I mean, it is kind of a social life if you're playing.
It's the only social life I have.
And Atomica?
Hi, I'm Atomica. I am a DM for 4 games, and I play in 2. one weekly, one game weekly, one game bi-weekly. I have been a DM for about 8-ish years now, and yeah,
Wow.
How do you
Awesome.
DM for 4 games?
horribly.
8?
I struggle with one.
Tomaka?
Hmm?
Did I hear you right? You play for 8 years now?
I've been playing longer than 8 years, but I've been DMing for about 8 years.
Jeez. All right.
Yeah. So we have 3
Well,
experts
Then
and
I'm a
3
noob
newbies.
here. For sure.
Yeah. Pretty much. We are noobs here. And Dennis, it's good to hear that you figured that out because I definitely did not look into how to do that. And yeah, we talked about it in the last stream. So yeah, that's crazy. Hopefully Smash can like figure that out and join us, even though he was kind of worried about this happening because like I think his computer can't handle certain stuff. But yeah, if not, we can probably get his audio through Discord, but that's gonna be another another fun adventure that I'm not sure I'm ready to embark on. But he is gone. So yeah, do you guys have anything that you want to say first before we get started with like D&D, as far as, because Atomico, at least you've had some experience playing with us, so you know like our like lack of, you know, like we're just pretty much
Control chaos. I love it.
yeah. Is it controlled?
Well,
I don't know. It's just chaos.
I find a
Sometimes.
lot of newer players tend to be more chaotic, and it's a lot more fun with new players.
Oh yeah.
When
Is
you
it
get
like
people that, if everyone knows all the rules, people tend to get dug in and stuck on the rules as opposed to just enjoying the game.
Yeah.
But new
Like
players always enjoy the game.
yeah, there's like this pendulum where it swings between like new players who are so fearless to try anything, and then on the other side, players who just don't care anymore and who've been playing for so long, they just want to make as much chaos. And like in
But
the
then
middle,
what the problem is, if you got a lot of new players like me, like Nia, like Space, you sometimes have to stop playing and explain a lot of stuff. Does that not irritate you?
no, that's part of the game, honestly.
Yeah, and one of the rules of D&D, one of the first rules of D&D is that the Dungeon Master is in charge of all the rules of D&D. If they say that something goes a certain way, even if it's against what's in the books, then that's how it is for that game.
And we also have the fiat to ignore rules also, or add new rules in.
No 2 games of D&D are ever the same.
Yeah, because when you guys say rules, I'm like, oh, I didn't really even realize,
Like,
you know.
Oh,
The
there are
rules-
many. There are many.
The rules are just suggestions. They're guidelines. They're
guidelines.
they're the lines on the street which help you go a certain direction, right? But you know
Because
how
you were totally not following any rules. I was like, can I do this? Can I do
Yeah.
that?
yeah,
and D is down to imagination. Like whatever you can think of, that's what you do. So
And I think like we have like
popular game.
Like Ray and Space are willing to be more daring and do stuff, and I'm just like, I'm scared of dying, so I'm just gonna try to take one step forward, not do anything.
I mean,
I was just gonna say I often play daring characters who are also weak and really shouldn't be daring.
Yeah, that's kind of fun though. Like, you know, how far can you push certain things?
But so like, if you die during like a game, like, are you just gonna have to sit it out the rest of? No,
Depends. If you make your death saves, you can pop back up. If someone has a healing spell, you pop back up. If not, your character dies. You make a new character and you keep playing on.
Oh, okay. So you can just.
There are spells
do you need
like resurrection and stuff as well.
Like, so do you just have like backup characters on hand to just like in case you die?
I'm a consummate character maker, so I have like lots of backups. But yeah.
But would that go against like the story that you guys prep for?
No.
No?
I mean, there's always the idea of So death is never the wanted outcome, but it's always ready for it just in case.
Okay.
You know, as a DM, I don't prep my sessions to kill my players. I prep my sessions to challenge them.
Okay.
But if they die, I know that if they die, it's going to be from either player mistake, or if it's all my fault, if the encounter is just too tough, I know I have to pull back on some things also. But you move
Smash
on.
is back.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
We can.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hello, Smash.
Can you hear
Okay,
us?
and is the volume from my phone doubling back?
No, I don't
Sounds
think
fine
No,
to
no
me.
echo.
Yeah.
Nope.
Sounds good.
Okay, fantastic. For some reason, the browser is blocking my microphone and camera, and I can't get it to not.
Mm.
So yeah, that's how my day's going. So, hi.
Hi.
Welcome. Welcome.
Long
I'm
time
glad
no
you're
see.
at least here.
Hello there.
Yeah, and for some reason, whenever I connect my earbuds, it doesn't put the volume through them and then puts the volume coming out of my phone speaker, but super low. So that's a thing that's happening.
Can you hear us okay?
Oh yeah, I can hear y'all fine now.
Oh, okay, okay. Cool. And Ray, hello, Bidet. Ray,
Bidet.
if you want to join us
Bidet.
too, hit me up on Discord. I'll send you the link. So Ray is actually who wants to do another one shot with Cage. Do you remember Cage from King Cole Cage with the live stream that we did? He's going to be doing
Absolutely.
a one shot over on his end, and Ray's DMing it. And so I didn't know if you wanted to join us or not here. But I will let you take over Smash while I sip on some coffee.
Okay, yeah. So mainly, I wanted to get everybody together to just talk in general about character creation, not only just the actual mechanical process of creating a character in Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, but also what goes into breathing life into a character, into making not just an archetype, but an actual person. Because if you're setting out on a D&D campaign, you're essentially going to be embodying this person for hours at a time, for months or perhaps even years. This is the person that you are spending a lot of time in this person's skin. One thing I've noticed whenever we all get together and have our D&D one shots or our one-page RPGs, especially with newer players, is the difficulty of actually stepping in to RP, which can be a huge barrier for anybody, even people who've been playing role-playing games for a long time. Some people it's not in them to role play, but it's in everybody to role play. And I think those times whenever I'll ask you a question and you'll freeze because you won't know what to do.
Yeah.
Which is perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that. But I think a lot of it comes from not really necessarily knowing, what your options are to do in that situation, either through not knowing the game.
Yeah.
But whenever you think about it in terms of D&D is telling a story, it's you and a bunch of people getting together and telling a story. That is the root of the game. So whenever the better you know your character, if you can look at your character and say, this is who they are, this is their good side, this is their bad side, their ups, downs, merits and flaws, scabs, blisters, everything. This is my character. When you know that person, it is so much easier to step in their shoes and react as them.
That's true. I guess, yeah. I do tend to freeze up, because I'm indecisive and I get scared and I don't know what to do. And then also, I don't know the rules, but I'm not thinking as the character. I'm thinking as myself when that happens.
Well, as for me, I know exactly what to do and stuff, but my character is unsure, so that's what happened there.
The cat? Are you
Well,
referring to the cat?
You know how
The character.
I would play with my lasers and feeling game. I just jump in the action right away. but with D&D, that will probably be a little bit different.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of who your character is can be informed by your character creation decisions. For instance, a person who's playing a rogue is going to be a whole different personality type than somebody playing a wizard or somebody playing a barbarian. Your background, that can play a lot into who your character is, because where you come from affects your personality. So starting with just the mechanics of D&D 5e, it's actually the easiest part of character creation. You need 3 things. You need your class, your character race, and your background. And that is just the mechanical things that you need. In addition to that, you need a backstory. Starting with just the character races, character classes, and the character backgrounds, each one of these is going to give you a different set of boons. You're going to get different, depending on which character race you play, that's going to determine, different abilities that you get, really all sorts of things. Your lifespan. There are so many things that go into choosing your character race. And now as we're getting more and more character races added to D&D 5e, we're starting to see so many different crazy possibilities. Just recently, fairies and bunny people came out, which are fantastic.
Yeah, the fairies, is that also the same one where we have fairies now? Was that the one I was excited about?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We got fairies. We've also got space creatures now too, including constructs and bugs that you can actually play.
Bugs.
Yeah.
Slimes and plasmids.
Yep.
Ew.
So I've actually, one of the recent characters that I've recently made is actually a construct character, and I've made him just as a simple robot designed to help people. And that's his whole thing, is he's out there to help people, and his name is simple, the Helper. That's all it is. And one thing I find that helps characters as well is I try and give my characters flaws, things that either make them not as good as they could be, or things like that. And those are things that they can overcome throughout the gameplay. So with Helper, for example, because he is a simple basic robot just designed to help, he won't think outside the box. But one of the things that makes D&D fun is thinking outside the box and coming up with things that are different, and that's something you'll have to learn throughout the gameplay.
Sorry, hold on. Ravid, why are you not on here? Ravid, if you're here, if you're watching this, you should be up here talking with us. Come through. Slide in.
Join us, one of us.
Okay, sorry to cut you off, but let's go back to that. I just had to kind of get her to join.
Yeah, Rabbit is awesome.
Yeah. Trying to send her a link now. And I don't know what's going on with Ray. He seems to have some trouble too.
I guess Ray has some trouble.
Oh, we have 2 Rays.
Might be
That's
doing
right.
the same thing that it's doing with me.
It's not connecting for him.
I blame society and the images on TV.
Okay. Just come through for 5 minutes then. Famous last words. Okay, I'm going to send her the link, but you guys can keep talking while I try to figure this out.
Well, so for new players, a lot of the pressure comes from choosing what to play. There's a lot of classes, there's a lot of races, there's a lot of backgrounds that even further, divide things. But if you're having a lot of trouble and just, you think you find a class that looks interesting to you, if you look in the player's handbook, right at the beginning of every single class, there's a small paragraph that's a quick build. It will tell you the stats that you should invest in. It'll tell you the skill proficiencies to choose. And it'll even advise you on which subclass to pick. A lot of the character classes start out with their subclass, which is, your class is essentially what you're going to play as. And then the subclass, which you get later on, further divides that class into specialties. So, for instance, you have your rogue. Once rogues hit level 3, they get to choose. I forget, what is it called with rogues?
Roast?
Level 3.
They get their subclass. They don't have like a special title for those, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Well, because with the cleric, you choose your domain.
I'm sorry,
with monk, you
roguish
choose your
archetype.
monastic tradition. Sorcerer, it's a sorcerer's origin.
It's
Anyway,
archetype, I believe.
your subclasses, you have
What
like
was
your
it?
arcane trickster, your thief, your mastermind, all that jazz.
Yeah,
Room
like
temp
druids have their
says
different
the
druidic circles.
archetypes.
Yeah, archetypes. Yes, roguish archetype.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, that's what it is. Thank you. Hate it whenever there's a word right on the tip of like the edge of your brain and you just
Yeah.
cannot grasp it.
Mm-hmm.
I usually just
Yeah.
like stop
They've
talking
all got
at
a
that
different
point.
name for it, but they all mean the same thing.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
basically the same thing. It's your subclass.
Yeah.
Some classes are easier to play than others. A lot of first-time players get really, really like overwhelmed by magic classes, especially classes like cleric or druid, which just have all the spells that you have access to
Yeah.
at any time, but you only
Yeah.
get to choose a certain amount.
Per day.
So you pick the spells ahead of time. Like you pick like 5 or something ahead of time. Is that what
Yeah.
you mean?
So,
if you know
different
what you're
spellcasters
walking
work in
into,
different things. Sorry, we started talking at the same time. I'll go ahead and take it over. Explain the spellcasters.
So yeah, with some spellcasters, there are some spellcasters, much like what Smash said, the cleric and druid, who have access to all of their spells, but any given day they need to select a select amount. I don't remember how many it is, but it depends on your level. But say it is 5. Every day you can select 5 spells out of your 20 or 30 spells that you know, and those are the 5 spells you can use for that day. So if you know a situation that you're walking into, you can select the spells depending on that situation. But for the most part, you just got to try and balance out what you think may be useful.
When you
Then
say
there-
for that day, do you mean like for that gameplay day or for that like
In-game
day
day.
in the in-game? Oh, okay. So
In-game.
like technically
Yeah,
you can use
but
a
for
bunch
long
of
rest.
spells.
Yes.
Like if the day goes by in the game,
Yeah,
then
per
you
long
can
rest.
have.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Like
and-
with the cleric,
Yeah.
for instance, the game or the RP spirit behind it is after you finish a long rest, you start every single day by sitting down with your deity at the beginning of the day and being like, "Hey, deity, all right, these are the powers I'm going to need from you today."
Mhm.
Okay. I definitely can forego with that and just use 5 for eternity, like forever, because I can't remember everything.
Well, it also depends on
Yeah.
utility. So like if you know that you're going to do a lot of talking, you may want to prepare a lot of social spells like Gift of Gab or Charm Person, things like that, where you know you can prep kind of advance with your party, saying, "Hey, look, I know we're going to be out in the wild, so let's do a lot of like exploration spells today. That way it'll help us."
Okay.
Yeah, the variety gives you that flexibility of what you can and can't do. But then there are other spellcasters, like I think it's the Warlock, that only gets certain spells, and that's all they've got.
Yep, and they only
Yeah, you
Sometimes
have
they can
as a
learn
list
more
of the
spells,
warlock
but-
spells, you have a certain that you know.
you can only
And that's it.
pick out. Yeah, and you only get 2 spell slots for a Warlock, 2 spell slots the entire short rest.
But the advantage of the Warlock
Yeah, that's
is
why
that
the
you can
warlock
get
is
them
always
back.
super winded.
Guys, I'm out of spells. I'm out of spells. Can we take a break?
I'm
And
tired.
what
I
was
only
the other
got
one
2.
you
I
said?
hexed twice.
What was the other class that you said in the beginning that was it a sage? If you're a sage, you can just come back to life. Was that the one that you mentioned? Or am I
There
making
are certain
stuff up?
spells. There are spells that can bring people back to life. I don't know if there's a class that can just innately bring you back,
okay.
but there is
I
a
think okay, so
barbarian
there's
trait.
a zealot barbarian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Zealot
barbarian
Barbarian.
thing that can bring you back.
Yeah, without the use of material components, I believe grave clerics are the ones which have just like ready to go all the time.
Also, just literally any half orc.
Mm-hmm.
Half orc.
Yes, half orcs pop back up with 1 HP.
That's
Yeah,
you
we
can
were
be an
talking
orc?
about character races, but that's one of the half orc racial traits. Is they have half orc endurance or something like that, where if they are reduced to 0 HP, they can it pisses them off so much that they immediately come back with just 1 HP.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sort of berserker mode.
Yeah, sort of.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah, a little bit.
Are orcs ugly in D&D?
No,
It depends.
yeah. It
Good
depends
thing I
on-
Ugly
like about
to who,
D&D
though?
is it always depends on what the world is.
Mm.
Like it's
I
down
run-
to how the world's described.
I run a very anime game, so all my characters, like all my people, look like CW characters. So it's up to you, you know.
I never considered orc.
I've had sexy orcs and I've had ugly orcs.
Interesting. What's the benefit of being an orc? Aside from like, that HP thing.
Strength, tall,
A lot of
rugged,
strength.
Oh.
muscles. So many muscles.
Can you be
So
in half
with
orc
the
and
with Tasha's Cauldron of Everything coming out recently, we've kind of reimagined the way that we look at racial benefits from classes, because it used to be you chose this race and you would get 2 to this stat and 1 to this stat, and you would have certain stats that would be assigned that would be better if you were a certain race. But with Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, they made the whole custom lineage thing, so you can choose any race and just add 2 to one stat and 1 to the other stat of your choosing, instead of just being like locked into that. Because what happened is we were getting so many, tiefling warlock, so many half elf rangers, people feeling like I want to play this class, so I have to play this race because I'm going to get the benefits from it.
Yeah.
Hey y'all, what's up?
Hey,
what's going on,
Rabbity?
I haven't heard. I miss y'all so much. Oh my gosh, I probably need
We
to
miss
join
you
one of-
too.
Hello,
I
man.
need to
Thank
join one of
you.
y'all's little probably one shots. I am so busy up to my knees now, but I did not listen in on what you guys were talking about for a hot minute. So I was just setting up my computer and making sure my mic would work. But yeah, how?
Well, we're getting to the nitty gritty of character creation.
Oh, okay. I heard you talking about the mechanics of it, but I figured you guys were going on the soft side of things, as in like giving texture to characters and kind of filling in their shoes and whatnot.
Yes, that is where the conversation is definitely going to progress.
Yeah, I think I just got sidetracked by like orcs and then I was like, what can we do with orcs?
I
you're
like
good.
thinking of D&D campaigns as a really great excuse to go on forever tangents. It might drive your DM nuts, but I honestly find that really exhilarating to play and honestly be a DM. I can't say I've ever professionally done improv, at any like professional capacity, but I absolutely love that part, and just it gives me a run for my money. Like, oh, I got to come up with something right quick. Let me throw this in right quick, or well, okay, let's try and railroad them back and get them onto like focus and get them moving. That I find is a very interesting and fun challenge. But on the part of being a character, being in the world and really engrossing yourself, both with what you've given, the tools that you've given your character to like fill out, to say, to act. Sorry, I just took over whatever y'all were talking about, but I went into the chat saying that I'm presently playing a caffeine addicted barbarian gnome, and she's been super fun to play. I've found recently that she has a liking towards treasure and cannot help herself, so she's definitely, anytime she hears any chance of there being loot, she goes stark wild, and she's like, "Guys, we gotta go. We gotta get in there. Like, what are we waiting for? Come on, come on. I gotta go.
So
I'm
it's
already
like
getting
Pike
breathless."
meets a Niffler.
Yeah, a little. Pike, I feel is simply too nice and too considerate. My character is not that. She doesn't care. She's like, wait, what? Her ears perk up. She's like, I'm gone. Are you guys? She's not even looking back to see who follows her. She's gone. So I was
So
already.
Pike is a Slytherin.
Oh, hold on. We gotta settle that. So hold on.
Hurtful
Wait.
words here. This is
You're
a
drawing a
family
line in the
stream
sand,
here.
man.
Mia, I expected better for you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, y'all.
Slytherin.
I'm sorry. Do we have any Slytherins here? I know Elias is a Slytherin, but he's not here. No,
But
so
no,
there's no
you actually
Slytherins, and
bring
you
up
guys are
something
getting angry with me.
Ravenclaw.
You
I'm
do
a
bring up
mixed
something in
one.
D&D that
I'm
I
a
love.
mixed one.
Go ahead.
The thing about Slytherin is it's like, here, you are destined to be a bad person.
They're conniving and I forget what the words
Cunning?
are used. The cunning, exactly. That doesn't always have to mean malicious and
Yeah.
sneaky, and that could mean sneaky, but like not necessarily terrible, and like I don't know.
Backstabby.
But imagine you just had like a nice kid who just had these qualities, but they were really like low key and repressed. But they got put in Slytherin because the Sorting Hat is always right. Like, no, you have these qualities there, and then they become a supervillain because they're surrounded by bad influences.
I don't know if that's
They
like
also get the
Go
crappy
ahead.
part of the castle, don't they?
The dungeons.
Who's not going to be like? Why would my memory of Hogwarts be happy if I remember there's the description of the dungeons, and I'm like, if I woke up every day like that, I'd be pretty pissed off at the world too. I'd be like, why do I get to go to school smelling refuse and whatnot? And then you've got other people that have like, they get to wake
Yeah.
up to moving
The
stairwells every
tower
day.
and yeah.
Yeah,
Great
the
view.
system's rigged.
It's rigged from the beginning.
I was watching FWCI's reactions to Harry Potter, and he is a Slytherin, so he was like watching it through the lens of a Slytherin, and it's like Dumbledore's, just rigging everything and like all this Dumbledore hate. And I was like, oh, I guess I never really thought about it that way. When you make it that way, I guess Slytherin aren't all bad. It's just
I just don't like the hate that Slytherin gets, even though I'm a very solid Gryffindor. I'm not proud of it. I hate it. No one will let me
here
live it.
So
too.
D&D.
Yeah.
Yes, but back to
Sorry.
D&D. That was just, what we were doing? We were on
a side quest.
Yeah, we were. That was an example of a side quest, and I don't know who's DMing, but whoever is
Smash.
Where's my gold?
was doing
It's all good.
the best DM work and saying, "Hey guys, by the way, you met with a sign posting in the road saying turn this way."
Back to
D&D. Back to this point, but yeah, drawing back to that, it's extremely fun as a player to inhabit both the world and the character, but also find if you give your character core things that you can try and try it can be difficult to do so, like, especially when you're thinking about, oh, what can I do to make myself cool? Oh, what can we do for the campaign at hand, or the task at hand, the mission, or whatever have you. It's easy to forget about your character sometimes, but I think if you can always draw back to the character's motivations. I remember Smash mentioned their background and their race, possibly class, might influence how they might act. I really cling close to coming up with a motivation for my character as I'm making it, during the character creation. And if I can keep drawing back to that one or two motivational things, like for instance, going back to my barbarian gnome, her motivation started off as curiosity, but then looking furthermore, her curiosity was it began for her because she felt so stifled in her familial relationship. Her family is a militant family, and she wants to have freedom. That's where her curiosity and impulsiveness comes from, just to kind of break out of that. So as long as I can keep remembering to draw from that, I feel like my character is growing naturally with the campaigns that we're going through right now.
So how do you keep track of all of this? Like, because I know Supreme and Atomica, you guys have like multiple, Smash probably you too, multiple games that you play. How do your characters kind of bleed into each other at certain points?
It depends. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can go first this time.
It depends. Like, for me, when I'm making a character, certain parts of my personality inform that character, if that makes sense. So, for example, with my one character I played for a very long time, her name was Winbro Virlar. She was a ASMR paladin, warlock, sorcerer. And yeah, I took every charisma class. Fuck you guys, I don't care. So with her thing was, she very much was a lot of my responsibility, like in my how I see my friends and how I see my life, was very much of like her. Was very much her. And so when I ever had to play Winra, I'm like, okay, this is that part of my personality. Or my new character now kind of has some of my foibles, my imposter syndromes, my things I don't like about myself in that character, and that's going to be what they're going to try and look past also. So that's what I kind of compartmentalize parts of myself in those characters, and that kind of helps separate out what I'm playing.
Okay.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. All of my characters always start with some small part of me that I kind of base the character off of. So I've got 3 active characters at the moment that I'm playing, and all of them are completely and utterly different to each other. No 2 of my characters are alike, but they all stem from some part of me, and as the gameplay progresses, they develop into their own personalities. And it's when I jump into that game, it's just I am that person. And I just fall in, everything just falls into place.
Okay.
Definitely. Whenever I'm making NPCs or whenever I'm making a player character, there's a whole different process. With an NPC, I will generally take a quirk, because here's the thing about NPCs. Your party will either completely pass by this NPC, no matter how well you describe them. They will just walk right on by. Walk right by, like, oh no, absolutely not having any of that. No. Or
they'll kill them.
There will be an NPC that you're describing the NPC that you want them to talk to, but there's one standing next to them that's just like a goblin in a hat. And they're like, oh yes, that is my new favorite. This is our party's new mascot. I need to know everything about them.
And then they
Dennis.
adopt them and take them on the trips.
Yeah, yes, Dennis.
I'm
Bam.
suffering that right now in one of my games. They've adopted this little girl from a town. They're prepared to kidnap this girl from this town to take them along on their trips.
Kidnapping.
Yeah, it's high risk, high reward with your parties, because no matter how well you know your players are always going to be playing different characters. Oftentimes personality types completely different from their own. So you can never fully plan on what your players are going to latch onto. So when I'm designing NPCs, I'll take a quirk. For instance, there's an NPC who runs a magic shop. Evan's awesome, amazing emporium. He hastily threw it up, and Evan has no personality whatsoever. Whenever he speaks like this, and everything is completely monotone. He does not react to anything. And my players have gone back to his shop so many times just because they want to talk to the guy with 0 personality.
It is infuriating.
So
sometimes
why?
Yeah.
I have no idea. They're endlessly entertained. One of my party wants to romance him.
It's that emotional unavailability. What can I tell you?
I can change him, I swear.
Oh, Evan,
We
how's
can
the weather
fix
outside?
him.
It's amazing.
But
I love the
whenever I'm
weather.
sitting down to design a character to actually play, I will overthink every little aspect of that character. But okay, so I will come out with a simple like groundwork of like my story. This is what my character used to do. I generally try to start with like three things. I try to start with like an occupation, a kind of place where they lived, and some sort of dream that they had. So let's say, okay, my guy was a apprentice blacksmith who lived in a mountainous region, and he someday dreamed to be the greatest blacksmith in the world. Okay, so you have three basic things. Then three cool things. Three cool things can be anything. He has a dog. He has a flute that is made from elephant tusk. And he has a sister who's a necromancer.
Okay.
Wow.
And then I will try to take three references. I will try to take those six things, just random little bits, and tie them together somehow to create some sort of story about a blacksmith with a dog who has a sister who's a necromancer and lives in a mountainous region and wants to be the greatest blacksmith in the world. Those are basic things that I'm just taking off the top of my head, but it'll be like a process like that. And that will be the very basic structure of my character. I'll then start asking myself questions. Well, okay, so what was it like for them growing up? What were the people like that they surrounded themselves with? What was their family like? And I will try to ask the littlest, like stupidest questions just to gauge what this person's personality is like. How are they going to react if they're put in X situation? I mean, that process works for me because the more I ask myself about what my character would do in X situation, the better I know them. The better I know them, the easier it is for me to step into their shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's also with some of my characters, like I do very much like a top down like a top down perspective of my character, of like, okay, what would be really cool to play, and I'll think of like either iterations I've seen in like fiction or movies or TVs. I'm like, okay, I want to be like a Edwardian Sherlock Holmes, okay, and I'll try to figure out what that character will be or what that background will be. Like, okay, are they did they grow up with a family? Then if they did, okay, how many siblings do they have? So were they the youngest or were they the oldest? And actually there are a lot of resources in some of the books actually that will help you kind of flesh out your backstory also. There is
Xanathar's Guide to Everything is great for that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Xanathar's, which has the This Is Your Life section. And if you don't want to think about all that stuff, you can just roll on the tables and it will tell you, okay, you rolled roll for your siblings and you've got 19 siblings now. Are you the youngest or you're the oldest? And it will tell you like, and that will kind of inform your character and you can kind of like fill in the gaps also if you want to.
Hey guys, so D Nasty is here. Oh,
Good to see you.
And he wanted to. He's also a D&D newbie and wanted to join one of our one shots. And I mentioned that we're going to be doing a stream to talk about character development to him. And he's here. I don't know if you want to hop in. If you have questions that, since like myself, you're a D&D noob, let me know. I'll send you the link. But yeah, just wanted to mention that he's here.
Hello.
Do you guys watch anime reactions at all?
Some.
Your boy Roshi? Oh,
Yeah.
your boy Roshi. Your boy Rock Lee?
Your boy Rock Lee.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wrong channel, Nia.
Yeah.
He always says YBR and then like
Who that?
Your boy
Who's that?
your boy Rock Lee. Nasty, Director Nasty from your boy Rock Lee is D Nasty right here. No questions yet. Come on. All right. Well, let us know if you have any questions. Or if you want to join, I'll send you the link and you can join on StreamYard. But yeah.
I
So
don't know.
to Atomica's point, yeah, there are so many resources, both in the player's handbook, Xanthar's Guide to Everything, and anybody who is going to be playing in our upcoming D&D games who wants it. I have digital PDF copies of all of the core books for D&D 5e that I will just send you there in my Google Drive. So
Yeah.
And if anyone wants it, I do have all of the books that are available on D&D Beyond. I've got them all.
Same
I
here.
have set up a basic campaign that is purely for character creation and for sharing the books and stuff with people.
Same here.
So do you all kind of have this same general type of like process when you're creating characters? Is there like a set, like certain things
Nah,
that you
I
all
think
have to?
everyone's
Yeah.
got a different method. Like I know with
Oh.
me, it's a case of I come up with basically I just think of a class that I want to play, and maybe the race, and then from there I think, okay, why did they become that class?
Mhm.
What in their history has informed them down that path? So then I think back through their past and go, okay, well, if this and this and this has happened, that might lead them to becoming a druid or a rogue or whatever it is that they've become. Sometimes it's family influence, sometimes it's influence of friends, sometimes it's just something out of a requirement, a need. If they're a poor person that's living on the streets, they might become a rogue to just get by, just to live. And yeah, so I go through a completely different method to what the other guys have mentioned, in that I think of what I want to play, and then I think of, okay, what in their past has led them down that path. And that also can inform me of certain things that may have happened that might influence who they are as a person as well. So their past will develop the character that I'm playing as well. So that when I jump in and play the character, I'll already have an idea of their personality because I know what's happened to them in their past.
Is like the class restricted to certain type of races, or is it like can anyone be any type of class?
Anyone can be any class.
I mean, let's go back to my gnome barbarian. A gnome is like 3 feet tall. So when you think of barbarians, you think of all hulking. You think of Hulk smash,
Right.
The whole idea of like a big, brooding, possibly slow, like slow as far as like their body movements are just, oh, it's heavy, and they're trudging, and oh, they're heavy. I've got a gnome who's hyper like 90% of the day. And I tell my teammates, I'm like, yo, you have a swaddle for me so that you can just yeet me into battle whenever you want me to, and then use that same swaddle after I'm done to like wipe me down and like contain me a bit. It's like, you ever watch Ace Ventura and there's that dude that comes up in a I forget if it's in the first or second movie, but there's two guys.
Second one,
okay,
yep.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He's got another dude on his backpack, and then he unzips it, and this dude who's like all contained in a little bundle, that is my character. Like she's a little ball of fury, and she's a barbarian. So it's like the personality of a stereotypical barbarian, just big, loud, brash, but contained in this very small person. As far as character creation for myself, I generally start from just whatever personality I want to play. Usually I do go for hyper. I end up being a hyper person because I'm just generally hyper and chaotic IRL. But I do try and start, I try and make an earnest attempt to start from a personality. I have played a very old, wizened wizard before who just, I talk like this all the time, and it was so, and man, things are so heavy. And then let's get this together.
And do you all do voices? Like different voices?
I do.
Depends.
Well, you've heard me.
Yes, you heard me also. Like,
Try.
I've found that you don't always need to do a voice per se. Quite often, just using your own voice, you can just do a unique quirk for that character in your own voice, and that's enough to differentiate it from you to your character.
Yeah.
So there is
Like
some characters
Naruto
that I'll
saying
play
"believe it" all the time.
yeah, something like that. Something as simple like I've got a character that I do constant pauses. Now, as you can hear here, I can talk quite fluently, but I've got a character that always seems to just stop every now and then to think about how they're going to say things.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all you really need to do. Some small quirks like that is all you need, but some people do love to do voices. I can't do that though.
Yeah,
Because
it
rather
entirely
you've done
depends on the
voices
comfort level
too.
of the player.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. The known character I'm playing right now is supposed to be Southern, and it's funny because I do live in Texas and I hear this all the time, and I'm like, this is a natural like slide in for me. But I get too excited, and I cannot. Somehow, it just gets beyond me to maintain that while I'm too excited. And I'm just like, I don't want to be too stereotypical. I don't want to be like yeehaw in a battle or something. And I'm just like, oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's
if
a
you
little too
choose
much.
to do a character voice, kind of practice with it a little. Make sure it's one that you can stay in consistently. And like practice saying a bunch of different types of words. You know, avocado, train, runner. Say all these things in that character voice, and if you can do it, you can maintain it. Absolutely go for it. But you don't want to get so stuck concentrating on making a quote unquote good voice for your character that it interrupts like you feeling natural as that character. Because the most important thing is you feeling natural in your character's shoes.
And to piggyback on that, that's why if I'm no professional at this whatsoever. I am taking voice acting lessons though, to help bolster that. And what I found to be very helpful, just even from before, is for your character, and it helps with nailing down a personality. Think of just a handful of words that you default that character back to, like maybe. I was going to say catchphrases they might say, or favorite terms they might want to do. Would they rather curse and be really provocative in their language? Do they hold their voices in like this, and then like is there strain in their voice? Are they like fighting against something? It all works together in creating that personality. So you take like 5 or 6 words that person like may or may not say, and like refer back to it. Maybe gnome character, she's going to be my person for the evening. Gnome character, she's always saying beans for whatever reason, like coffee beans, or hey, I tripped, beans. Yeah, like
cute.
But again, I tried to do it with a Southern accent, and I'm playing with a whole bunch of other Texans too, which doesn't help because they're all making fun of it. And I'm like, okay, I can't do this with you guys like picking on every single word that I say. So forget it. So that's a different story, but I'm in between like deciding just using my voice normally, or going with the Southern accent, because I will be surprised for them. I am going to be introducing my family to them soon, and they all will have very thick accents.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
There are also plenty of things that you can do other than voices to really separate your character out and differentiate them and embody them. Just little. I play a really, really snooty, uptight, arrogant warlock who has the prestidigitation spell. So every single time somebody touches him, he uses prestidigitation on the spot that they just touched. Just, little extra thing to make him really an ass.
That reminds me of Atomica when we did the Into the Viper. Was it Into the Viper's Den and Space? When like Space would be like, Mr. What was it, Mr. Lee, or what was it again?
What was my name? My name was I'm blanking on it right now, but it was like, just my name, please. Don't look me up.
Yeah, it's Space did it so well too, because he kept saying like, okay, Mr. So and so, and he was like, don't call me Mr. So and so. And
that is a perfect example of a character choice.
Yeah, well, I was gonna play that character like really straight and stuff, like like a young lieutenant and stuff. But like, I didn't like paladins that much. I was like, I want to turn this into a goofball, and just like that opportunity for that joke came, and I just ran with it and stuff. You just became him.
Like, don't call me sir. Okay, sir.
And that's essentially what role-playing is at its core. It's just a series of making interesting choices as your character.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Wow.
One thing I do want to touch on that Rabid was bringing up, what Rabid was talking about with their gnome barbarian is something that we refer to as playing against type. Now,
that's it.
Yes.
whenever you think about a barbarian, you think big, tough, probably dumb, big, smashy person. That's the general archetypal barbarian. But as Rabbit has demonstrated, you can play against type, have a perfectly functional barbarian. I've had a barbarian before that was entirely based on the Michael Bolton character in Office Space, who beat the living crap out of the copy machine just because he was a really, basically an office worker, just got fed up with office life and just kind of snapped one day and found his rage and became a barbarian. But really, really tiny little dude. And playing against type can be a really great way to keep D&D fresh, because especially after you play over and over again for years, a lot of the same tropes can start to be a little boring.
Mm-hmm.
Or, you may have just experienced those same fantasy tropes over and over in so many stories. You're like, well, I like that, but I kind of want to turn it on its head a little. And the tools in D&D character creation allow for that now, especially now with all the expanded stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That you can really play truly deeply weird characters that are so much fun.
You can play a 3-foot-tall barbarian as a
Mhm.
fairy. A fairy
Yes.
barbarian. That's
But do you
totally a
get the
thing.
strength?
Barbarian.
With the recent thing, like what Smash was saying, with the recent things that you can actually change your backstory and stuff like that, yeah,
Mhm.
you can get the strength stats for the barbarian trait
Oh.
as a fairy.
So now with Tasha, you can put your stats anywhere you want to. So
Yeah.
to allow for more biodiversity. So if you want to be like, oh hey, I'm gonna be a strong fairy, you're a strong fairy now.
Yeah,
That's like
It's something that, obviously, depending on your dungeon master, something that in my friend groups that we often allow is something that a lot of people forget is, again, the rule books are just a guideline, like we were talking about earlier. And
Mhm.
with that, you can actually reimagine any of the character races as however you want to see it. So if you want to play a fairy, but you don't actually want to play a fairy, say you just want to play another small flying creature, whatever it is, you can use the fairy stats thing as a baseline, but reimagine it to be something completely different.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Absolutely.
Flavor is always free.
Yeah. You can flavor the races and the classes however you see, as long as it's something that generally makes sense. But again, that's down to you and your dungeon master to work out
Mhm.
what would be reasonable.
Yeah. And that in the D&D world is what we refer to as flavor.
Mhm.
It's essentially anything that changes an aspect of something in D&D without changing the mechanics. So it's like, okay, I have a fireball, I'm going to make it blue. That's a really mundane example, but that type of thing. I'll use a popular example from Critical Role, because everybody knows that. In the second campaign, there's a character, Caleb, who's a wizard who edits a lot of his spells, basically. Bigby's hand becomes cat's ire. Instead of a big purple hand, it is a giant cat's claw.
Mhm.
And it's nifty little things that you can do to customize stuff to make them feel more like your character.
Okay.
Oh, Goliaths aren't supposed to have hair. Yeah, but I really want a Goliath with long, golden, flowing locks.
Yeah, he just
Alright,
got
cool.
plugs in the world.
Yes.
Maybe there's just plugs, and maybe that's one of his quirks that he has to that character has to go to the hairstylist every so often to get them like replaced and maintained.
Oh no, they scalp people. They scalp people, and they have to constantly keep challenging people because the scalp will start to rot eventually, and it starts to smell, and they want to look pretty and smell pretty too.
Wow, that went dark so fast.
Yeah.
That went dark
Really
so fast.
And I wasn't even thinking that, but now that see, look, we can spawn a whole story just from that. It's like they actually go out to scalp people to be like, I need your hair. That's what I'm here for. They go back and get it installed and okay, I'm fresh. And like a week later, they're like, oh crap, like that's dead again. Like, I gotta go out and scalp again. Let's go. Like these motivations are things that I live for. Like I guess I really find myself in that imaginative space of doing that. Like I know a lot of people can be very technical, and that's absolutely one super valid way of getting there. But there's all these different ways to also arrive at a character. So whatever you find to make the most fun for yourself, I think is just the best way to like come up with a character and just see where you go with it. Like this is coming from somebody who's super chaotic, so I don't try to do that much thinking, because I like just making things up as you go and clinging to that, because I'm growing with my character, and it's like a nice surprise to see how my character ends up, because it's never anything. I never really like try and plan out my character unless there are key things I want to happen, of course, but I never really try and think too hard on how their path is going to be or how I'm going to grow. I'm like, no, let's do this and see what happens, and I'll just go with the roll of the dice on it and see, cling to that.
Yeah, and
See,
I find that's
I
something
was
a lot
purposely-
of players. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say that's something that I find a lot of players miss out on. Is a lot of players tend to make their characters, flesh out their characters, come up with like their personality traits for their characters, and then get stuck in on, okay, that's who their character is, and they just try and stick with that character. And I find a lot of players forget that growth is something that happens naturally with everyone at all times,
Yep.
and
Very
there's
much
no
so.
reason
Yes.
why your character can't grow with you as well. So again, with one of my other characters, he's a druid, Circle of the Stars, and he's an elf who was raised in a high family, but he's now been disbanded from his high family, and is actually a very religious person. And he's gone through certain traumas just in the campaign alone, and how I play that character relates to the traumas he's been through in the campaign alone. He's been near death a few times, and he's taken a lot more defensive spells to try and stop himself getting to near death again. And people forget that you can allow your character to grow through the gameplay just from remembering what they've been through in that very much gameplay as well.
I just feel that you can, when you emotionally connect with a character, it doesn't even have to be your own. It could be something else. It could be the random NPC that your players are working with. They love the voice for whatever reason, but then start learning more about that character. Whenever you make an emotional
It's because the voice sounds like this. Hey guys, how you doing?
I'm gonna start replying with what's her face from Monsters Inc.
Mike Wazowski.
Like,
get over here. What you doing over there?
but,
We live next to a volcano. What can I say?
sorry.
I'm breathing in these fumes all the time.
I only smoke like 6 packs a day. It's not anything too hard.
Hey, if I told you I was 8 years old, would you believe me?
How you doing?
How you doing?
But yeah,
Try the movie special. It's delicious.
Life's rough out here in Avernus, all right?
you just sound like.
But if
Beetlejuice
you're gonna
now.
do that all the time, don't you gonna lose your voice at some point?
No.
Well, maybe every now and again, I try not to, DM the entire session like this, but I mean, sometimes you just got to stay in that character. That's the risk you make when you decide to make funny voices.
That's a great Michael Keaton. Thank you. Or Beetlejuice. I should say. Thank you. I needed that. That's great. All right. Well, I did say I was going to be here for 5 minutes. That 5 minutes turned into like.
I didn't want to say anything because then I didn't want you to leave.
Well, I'm
Yay
getting,
with
I'm
us.
getting pinged. Some folks I will stream with that where we have a Valorant night to this evening. But
Okay.
yeah, and I'm like, I have D&D tomorrow too. So I'm like, oh god, oh Jesus. So guys, I definitely need to drop by in the server, and
Yeah.
I'm so down for a one shot with y'all. Like,
Let's do it.
Yeah, we're going to be starting them up again. Starting in October. Work is starting to not be 12-hour days.
Yeah.
I'm happy that you can get some rest first. But
Right.
I mean, rest first for sure. But
I know.
after that,
Yeah.
a one shot.
I'll rest when I'm dead.
shots
There's fun to be had.
Hey.
later. But y'all, it was lovely meeting again. I'm lost for words right now. It was
a long time,
nice
Rabbit.
meeting it's been a nice time talking with old and new people. Atomic, I remember seeing you, but I don't think I've ever got to talk really a chance to talk to you.
No, I've not had the pleasure yet.
Yeah.
But this has been fun.
Yeah.
We need to do a one shot, and then director can join too, because I haven't done D&D with Supreme either, so we need to do another.
Yeah.
Well,
That'd be
once.
so fun. I'll be definitely down for it. My only problem is I'm in Australia, so I'm a completely different time zone to everyone else.
Oh,
Ray's like, hold my beer.
oh God.
Well, what we're gonna start doing is I'm taking the last Sunday off of every single month from my normal D&D group, and I'm just gonna make that a all-day D&D day.
Oh, Jesus.
So like, there's
What
going to
time
be
is
like
there now, Supreme?
Sorry?
It's like 9 in the morning.
Yeah.
Now for me it's 12:30 midday Sunday.
Oh.
12:30.
Oh, for Supreme.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to do an Australian accent. Like it's one of the things I'm not trying to do it now, but like just in
I was
general,
like,
I'm just like
I want to hear.
there's an Australian character in Valorant, and I keep trying to memorize her voice lines. People are like, "Who the hell is that? Who's Sky? We don't have a Sky in this game." I'm like, "Oh, I'm gonna shut up my comms. I'm not really. That wasn't for y'all to hear. What is this?" But yeah,
Voice time. I love it.
little validating, but yeah. I will see you guys around in the
Alright.
server, online, wherever you may be.
Much love,
Sounds
Rabbit.
good.
Yeah,
good night, Rabbit.
Yeah,
Love
Rabbit.
you.
I miss
See
you guys.
you.
I'll see you
later.
around.
Alright, bye.
Bye.
Rabbit is one of my favorite people in the world because Rabbit is an
real.
expert at one of the best skills you can develop in D&D, which is the concept of yes and,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
which is like,
Very
if you
much.
take
What is yes
any
and?
acting class ever, they will drill into your head yes and. And for the uninitiated, that is essentially the concept of taking what somebody gives to you and just adding on to it. And
Yeah.
that is role
Okay.
playing. Because I mean, so many times whenever you're role playing, you are getting put like in situations where there's an entire party of people making stuff up off the top of their head that you're responding to. That with your own made up stuff. That is yes anding.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
Yeah.
where getting to know who your character is so important, because then, okay, you can separate yourself. How would I as the player respond to this if somebody said this to me in real life?
Mm.
And how is my character going to respond? Because if somebody comes up to me and says, hey, there are goblins attacking, can you do something about it? I'm going to close my door, lock it, get in my bathroom, and chill. I'm not going to go fight those goblins. My character, however, is in a D&D game. They don't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Are
So you have to
goblins
find
always
reasons like,
hostile?
why is this character going to go fight those goblins?
What if they're just
Yeah.
passing by? I mean, like, do you have to fight them? I mean, do you always fight goblins? Is that like a rule or something?
Well, it depends. What are the goblins doing? Are they messing stuff up? Are they just like, are they a band of goblins marching down the side of the road? Are they attacking people? What are they doing?
Can you
So,
also
Is
be
your
a
character the
goblin?
type of person who's going to see a goblin and attack that goblin on sight?
This actually brings up another thing that I really enjoy about D&D. With one of the games that I'm a dungeon master for, it's been quite frustrating for me, to be honest. But my players don't think like normal players. I can put things in front of them like zombies and goblins and stuff, and where most players will just jump in, swords blazing, just swiping away, killing everything. These guys stop, observe, see what's actually happening, and they nearly always try to talk before interacting.
Mm-hmm.
And this whole group, they'll always attack and kill things only after they've been attacked. Unless they've otherwise been paid for it. But even then, they've actually turned bribes into other bribes and been paid on both sides to diffuse situations.
What?
That's
That's
smart.
interesting.
That's
So
smart.
they've been hired by town's guards to go out and kill goblins. But when they go out to kill the goblins, they actually speak with the goblins, who then pay them to not kill them, and the goblins leave the area. So they've been paid on both sides, and no one dies. But the problem's been solved still. So
Yeah, my
yeah,
players
you
once found an old rundown fishing village, and they had like 800 platinum between them, and they're like, "We're gonna buy this place. We're gonna fix it up. I mean, it's on a beach. It's a fishing village. We can make a resort." And so that was the next like 3 months of in-game time, is them just hanging out, running a small business.
Yeah, I think that's the best part of campaigning, though. You can like really build something, like, you know, it doesn't have to be like on the road, you know, like.
Meanwhile, my players just want to sit and talk all the time.
I am amazed
those are
that
the
you guys
best
can like
sessions.
multitask.
Well, like I'll build sandboxes, and that's a big like huge debate, is the sandbox versus on rails. I find the best is a combination between the two, like a little bit of on rails, a little bit of like nudges in the right direction can go a long way for your players to not feel overwhelmed in this big world that you've created.
Yeah,
I know you do a lot of nudging for us.
Yeah, I mean, there's this idea of, you know, railroads versus sandbox, and ideally, my philosophy is like any good campaign is technically on rails, right? You're the DM, you kind of have to guide your players sometimes, but the real trick of it is making sure that your players don't see the rails. Sure, they can lean the car left, they can lean the car right, but sometimes you gotta keep the momentum and like the track or the things that'll happen on the track happening still.
Right.
I agree with that concept. I've taken it slightly differently in that I do have rails in my campaign, and the full party knows that there are rails there. But they also know at any time they can get off at any stop and completely change it all. So they're in a sandbox scenario, but they are on a set of rails with a dedicated story at the moment. But if they decide to step off that at any point, I will make up a whole new campaign wherever it is they decide to go.
Oh,
but the
absolutely.
consequences of them getting off that train will also come into fruition as well further down the track.
Yeah, because my thing is the plot always happens, right? So even if they're not following the plot to a T, it's still happening around them. And then when it comes back to bite them in the ass later on, they're like, well, there you go. That's what happened.
Yeah. You didn't stop the big red dragon, so he's come and destroyed the entire city. Well done. The business you've made is now destroyed.
That's how one of my campaigns actually ended with, like, they got the bad ending. Because all of, like, the major plot points and big hooks, all of the stuff that touched on their personal backgrounds, they just walked right by. And I was like, okay, you realize you're in a living world. Stuff is happening. This event that you, like, were in town for and kind of sort of kicked off, yeah, it's still happening, even though you left. So, yeah, that's how they ended up with, like, a tear in reality that was opening up into 4 different planes, including the elemental plane of water that was flooding the prime material plane. Monsters were coming out of the Shadowfell. Like, bad stuff was going down.
So, but you guys want to fix that? No, we're good.
Yeah, no, they're like, no, we're good. We're fine. The Warlock ended up having the only happy ending because his deity ended up being released onto the world. His deity won. He's like, yeah, I can breathe underwater. I'm fine. But so with the on rails versus a sandbox, how character creation ties into this is having motivations for your characters. We like to have things, short-term motivations, mid-term motivations, and long-term motivations. Now, your character may never achieve any of those motivations. Like, they may, we'll go back to the imaginary blacksmith from the beginning. Wants to be the greatest blacksmith in the world. But then starts adventuring and realizes, I'm making a lot of gold. A lot more than I would ever make blacksmithing. I don't want to be the greatest blacksmith in the world anymore. So your character motivations can change. You may not achieve your character motivations, yet those are going to play so heavily into who your character is, and can also then help the DM give you rails. Okay, your character didn't know their parents very well, but know that they were studying at this school for the arcane. You want to find out what happened to your parents, so you want to get to that school. Okay, cool. So now you know that your character didn't grow up with their parents. They have very little information about them, but they have a sort of destination. They want to eventually find their adventuring path, making it that way. You then have a rail. But it's a rail that is entirely fueled by your own character's desire.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the thing too, is one thing that a lot of people think whenever they're making characters is, oh, my character has to be done when I start. They have to be finished baking. But nothing could be further from the truth. You can back build your character so much. And whenever I say that, I don't mean like, okay, your character got inflicted with poison. Oh, wait, but my character has spent the past year over or becoming immune to iocane powder.
Cheat code.
You can't do stuff like that. But, if it's like, oh, your characters are in a bar and for whatever reason, on a whim, you decide that your character is going to go out and dance in the tavern. And then you're like, all right, why did they do that? Well, they really enjoyed dancing from, their childhood. They spent a lot of time dancing with, so-and-so. And now you have a different facet of your character. Like, so much more about who your character is ends up being decided at the table than you will realize.
Yeah.
So many inside jokes with your fellow party members, so many experiences that you have that you can then go back and talk about and reference. And also, a lot of really traumatic stuff happens to D&D parties.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
So you can use that to kind of like, okay, realistically, how does that affect my character? Because
Right, getting
in
scalped.
D&D, you murder a lot of people. Like, by the end, like, if campaigns rarely ever last from levels 1 to 20, but if they did, you will end up with a body count that is
In the thousands.
more than your character could ever remember.
I was gonna
How does
ask
your character come to term with that?
how long a campaign usually lasts.
It depends. Like,
1 to 10 on average.
So like I did a level 1 to 20 campaign. I literally just got done that last month.
Wow.
And that took us about 2 years and change.
Oh wow.
And we were playing every week.
Yeah. My
Years?
current campaign's
One
26.
character?
My current campaign's got 26 sessions so far, and they're only like halfway through it. They
Yeah.
started, I think, level 4, and they're now currently like level 6 or 7, I think it is.
Mhm.
And
how,
they're
how
only
much
meant to be
time
playing
do
till.
you like use to set up for this?
It depends. Like, set up
I
like what?
don't.
Like a session or set up for like
I don't understand the question.
yeah.
Because if you have a 2-year,
It's never really done.
Yeah.
like how much
Oh,
prep time do you take before each game to like prep for it?
You never have enough prep time. Oh God, you never have enough prep. I'm joking.
And that's why I don't prep.
So here's the thing. We're kind of get off the topic, but like for me, the best advice I can always tell someone is prepare your campaign enough to the point where you feel comfortable that you can run a session. And that's it. Okay. And that depends on each person. It depends on, do I like my first couple sessions, or my first couple campaigns, I was meticulous with my like prepping and my notes. I would have like bullet points if they went this way, if they went that way, or if they had this if they met this NPC here at 5 o'clock on a Sunday, this is what happened here. Like I was pigeonholing myself into just my notes, and I realized I was trying to make sure I hit off all my bullet points on my notes, but something happened along the way where now I'm like, okay, if I world build enough where I know pretty much not where the player's going to go, but if they go to a store, do I have a NPC ready to go? Boom.
Okay.
If they want to go talk to somebody randomly on the street, I have a list of NPCs. I have a list of NPCs ready to go. If they want to go to a place in the map 9,000 miles away, I have an idea what's there. I can spend less time prepping and just be more present in the moment.
So is it more like one big, like, not brain dump, but like somewhere you can go back to pull these things from, and you don't have to customize each game each time because you already have that ready, and then you just kind of tweak as you go?
Yeah, take notes. I have notes and binders and things like that. But I guess every DM is different, right?
Yeah.
And also, as the DM, go ahead. Go ahead. You start talking first.
I was just going to say, yeah, for me, it's a case of I've thought of the overarching story for the campaign, and I've thought of several key rules of the world, and that's basically all I've got to go with. From that, as the characters make their decisions of where they want to go, who they want to interact with, everything I literally make up on the spot, on the fly, as we're going. And I try and jot down as much of that as I can, because my worst thing is, and I've already had it happen to me, is that they'll go back to someone they've interacted with in the past. I forgot to jot down who that is. So they're going back to see someone they've previously seen, and I've got no idea who that is anymore. So I've got to revamp a new person that they're seeing again.
Or the worst, they'll call you like, well, wasn't it like this last one? Like, yeah, sure, whatever, cool, thank you.
Yeah.
I've had to role play a massive neck wound because I couldn't remember the voice for a character.
That's smart.
Like,
yeah, while you were gone, I actually, I got into a bar fight and got a dagger in the throat.
Yeah.
But that's the thing too, is, I've had sessions where I have literally prepped weeks in advance for. I've had sessions where I got drunk the night before and did not prepare and came in and was like, fuck it, they're on the sea, there's an island, it's got sheep.
It's got sheep.
And I've because there's so much of being a DM that is thinking on your feet anyway. The better you understand your world, the more you can tweak stuff to fit where your players are at. Like, the world exists, but it's also an amalgam jello mold in your mind that can be reformatted at any point.
Yeah.
And your players will always spend more time than you expect on things and less time than you expect on things.
Yes, very much
so. There's always periods that will get stretched further than you expect and periods that will be shrunk down.
Yes, 100%. You can never
But
plan for your players.
So,
and that's another thing where character creation can come into helping the DM, is that you have a couple different types of players. You have the players that want their backstory to be drawn out and put in the forefront and drawn into the game. And then you have players that don't care about that. Players that don't care about having their backstory involved in the game can honestly make just bare-boned archetypal characters and be fine and have a great time. But then you have characters who want to be a little bit more invested, and they want to have their backstory included and be put forth into the forefront of the campaign and become a general, basically, story arc. A great example from this that you're familiar with, Nia, because you watch Vox Machina, is Percy's story. The entire season 1 of Vox Machina ended up just being about Percy's story. And all of that is little stuff that Taliesin Jaffe wrote for Percy in his backstory. He did this thing which is one of my favorite ways that players can design characters, where he wrote a backstory. He wrote things that happened, but he purposely only included things that his character would know, like things that his character saw directly. And that let Matt, the DM, Percy knew about the Briarwoods. He knew that they were bad people who did bad things. He didn't know Silas was a vampire. He didn't know Delilah was a necromancer. Matt added that stuff later because he was able to take these little threads, these little vagaries that Taliesin put in his backstory, and was able to expand them into these massive tapestries that became the Briarwoods, who are just insane.
Question: can a bard be a ranger?
So I was actually just looking at the chat, and I was going to address that. So, D-Nasty, we got these things called multi-classes, right? So whenever you're choosing D&D, I mean, whenever you sit down to play D&D and you're making your character, you are not actually locked to a single class.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a whole section on multi-classing. Generally, whenever you multi-class, whenever you go up in a level, you can choose to take a level in a completely different class.
Mhm.
There are prerequisites.
Mm.
For example, I think if you want to multi-class into Warlock, you have to have a charisma of at least 13.
Correct. Yes.
And then you can then choose to multi-class into that class.
Mhm.
There are benefits and costs to this. The obvious cost is you can never reach the highest level in any one class if you choose to multi-class.
Okay. That's fair.
But you do also get a mixture of those different classes' abilities. Some of your skill proficiencies carry over, and also different spell slots, different classes of spells that you get access to. As far as a ranged bard, there's a million things you can do as a ranged bard.
Yes, there are.
I'm sorry?
I'm saying, yeah, I was agreeing. Yes, there are so many. I'm going through my head right now what to do.
Oh, yeah. It really, because I mean, bards, in my personal opinion, bards are literally the best class in 5th edition D&D. As far as like versatility, whether it's through their skill proficiencies or just the various different types of spells that they get, you can really be a ranged fighter in any class. Are we almost finished with D&D? Probably never.
Is there another comment?
As far as a bard wizard, that could definitely be a thing. Wizards and bards, whenever it comes to their spellcasting, whenever you're choosing characters, your stats determine things such as how effective you are at spellcasting, how effective you are at fighting, all these different things. So your spellcasting stat for a bard is your charisma. Charisma is your force of personality, your confidence, your force of will. And a wizard, their spellcasting ability is governed by their intelligence, because wizards got to sit down and actually like memorize the actual arcane formulas and everything that goes into creating magic. So since those two classes have completely different spellcasting types, might not necessarily be the most quote unquote effective class, but it would certainly be a fun class to play.
What about Ranger and Druid combined?
Ranger and Druid makes a really great combination.
Yes, Ranger and Druid works because they both are wisdom based casters, which is nice. Plus,
that is something I would pick.
My whole thing about classes and multi-classing and stuff is there are, as Smash is saying, there are some classes that go well and fit well with other classes, and that can be good for in terms of mechanics and getting the most out of your character and stuff. I am always about the story. I know there are a lot of players, especially min-maxers, that care about mechanics and getting the most out of the character.
Well, call me out, okay? Jeez.
God. I care all about the story, so if I see a way of multi-classing, and I've actually the Druid Circle of the Moon's Druid I was talking about, there is a chance that they may multi-class into a cleric in the future because of how religious they are. If it makes sense from a story perspective, then I'm willing to do it for my character. And that's all that really matters as far as I'm concerned. If it's something that would make your game fun, then that's something that you should, whether or not it is advantageous from a mechanics point of view. If it's something that you enjoy, then that's the right move to do. It's all about making the game fun.
Yeah, picking back on that, like I told you before about my character, Winrow, who was she started off as a paladin, but then she found out that her father was a celestial, and she had some innate divine magic in her, so she went sorcerer, and then she ended up taking on a warlock pact by accident. Actually by accident, and she had a warlock, and so yeah, she kind of multi-classed, and yeah, sure, they were all charisma-based casters or along the charisma line of spellcasters, but it still flowed in with the story, and like it was kind of like part of her journey. And going back to character creation, yes, for a campaign, I create characters, story in mind, but also Smash. You've seen my massive tome of characters.
Yes.
I do a lot of theory crafting also. I kind of like mixing. I kind of like looking at like a certain mechanic and kind of attenuating my playstyle or attenuating a character to that mechanic. Or like how can I do the most amount on a smite at one time? Something like that. Smite is the paladin ability to enhance your hits with some divine radiance. Or how can I be the fastest character I can be? Like how can I get like as much movement as I can in one turn? And yeah, it is kind of min-maxing, but again, with multi-classing, you kind of have to pick and choose what you want and what you don't want. You kind of have to pick your abilities that make sense for you to play with, and kind of throw away some things. And sometimes the nice thing about D&D is that it is very much plug and play, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You can kind of pick up things from other different classes or other different abilities or feats, even if your DM allows them to really customize your character, which is kind of nice.
And how I feel like we talked about this last time, but I need a reminder. How do you level up with like charisma and stuff? And when
So
do you get
there's
to
a couple of different ways. There's experience and there's milestone. There are, again, pluses and benefits. I personally use milestone because then I can say, you know what? Your characters did a good thing. Level up. Whereas if I go by experience, my players are going to want to kill everything around them all the time, picking fights that they can't win with everything around them because they want to kill things to get experience so that they can level up.
Okay. So for us, most likely will be milestone.
Yes, I do milestone.
Okay.
As far as your stats, how those level up, so it starts at level 4, and then it's like level 4, level 8, level 12, level 15 that your ASI increases.
4, 8, well, depending on class. Fighters get a 4, 6, 8, 4, 6, 8, 12, 16, and 19. But everyone else is
fighters get more ASI increases than anything else, which ASI means ability score increase. Now, whenever you reach those levels, you have a choice as a player. You can either add 2 to a single stat, you could add 1 to 2 of your stats, or you can choose a feat. Feat are things that really open up character customization a lot. They can be things like the skilled feat, which gives you an extra 3 proficiencies in skills that you choose or tools that you choose. There's the lucky feat, where you get 3 luck dice per day that you can then choose to re-roll any roll that you want. Different things that you can choose, and some of them are extremely powerful, some of them are amazing, some of them have really great synergies that make your DM hate you, because if you add Polearm Master and Sentinel, I'm gonna murder you like with a stick. I will come and I will murder you.
Writing that down now. Master,
I already forgot.
Polearm Master, that means if anybody gets within 10 feet of you, you can make an attack of opportunity when they just walk into it, not when they walk out of your range. And then Sentinel, if you hit them, you reduce their movement to 0, so you can just constantly keep people out of melee range.
Great Weapon Master also.
Oh yeah, Great Weapon Master too. Yeah.
So how to piss off Smash? Got it. Okay, cool.
And there are even feats that will increase your ability scores. Your ability scores you have 6 ability scores. So 6, yeah. So you have your strength, your charisma, your dexterity, your wisdom, your constitution, and your
Intelligence?
intelligence. Yes. It's funny that that's the one I forgot. And also super fitting. But those determine everything that you do. Because what your skills determine is whenever you roll, that determines your modifiers. Your modifiers are the numbers that go in the tiny little circles that are what you actually add to your roll.
Oh.
So it starts with like a 0 equals 10. That's going to be your baseline for your modifiers. Every even number above 10 increases your modifier by 1. So let's say you have a strength of 17. That means you have a +3 modifier to your strength. So every single time you roll a strength-based skill, you're going to roll your die, and you're going to add your +3 to that. Then you have your proficiency, which goes up every single, well, not every level, but after certain levels, your proficiency will go up. It starts at 2. And skills that you are proficient in, which you get from your class, there's a list of proficiencies that your class has with skills that you get to choose from. So say I am somebody who has proficiency in athletics, and I have a strength of 3. My proficiency bonus is +2. My strength bonus is +3. So every athletics roll I make is going to be a +5. That's not going to make sense since I'm just talking and you don't actually have anything in front of you. But that's one of those things with new players with D&D, all of the number crunching and all of the where do I put this number, where do I put that number is super intimidating.
It is. My brain was starting to already like dissociate when you started mentioning all those numbers.
Yeah.
But
It's
like,
one of the things I love about D&D Beyond is it makes it much easier for new players because it does half of that stuff for you.
okay.
does.
I was
Yeah.
going to ask, does Roll20 do that?
Yeah.
It's-
Yeah.
it
Roll
does
20
also,
absolutely
yeah.
does that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does
but
it
you-
like keep track of leveling up too?
Yeah. Because you can level up through Roll20 also.
Yeah. Since we'll do milestone level up, it'll just be you click on the button to level up and you do it.
Okay.
And it's got a really
anxiety diffused.
yeah. So speaking of stats are another really great way to influence your role playing. Whenever
Yeah.
you're making stats, it's really, really tempting to just want to be good at everything and to get really nervous if, sometimes people roll for stats, some people use point by, or there's the standard array listed in the player's handbook where it just assigns you numbers that you then choose, where am I going to put this 15? I love failure in D&D. I think it's one of the most interesting things in the world because you don't ever talk about the times where you went through the dungeon and unlocked every door on the first try, disabled every trap, got in, got out, scot-free, nobody noticed you. No. I mean, those are great, and they can be fun. You're never going to talk about those sessions again. You're going to talk about the sessions where the rogue went to go unlock the door, but he didn't check for traps, and the door exploded, and 50 kobolds ran out of the tunnel, and you had to quickly run out of that dungeon before everybody died. That's what you're going to talk about for months. So yeah, failure is not bad.
I love that.
And having low stats is not bad. It's really great whenever you look at your stats and you use that to apply to your character. Every time I play a warlock, wisdom is my dump stat because how I look about it, or how I think about it rather, a warlock is somebody who's smart enough to be able to form a pact with an eldritch deity, but they are not wise enough to realize that's a really bad idea.
Oh, again, call me out. Okay, cool.
Well, I mean, no,
Toxic.
unless you're like a pact of the celestial, no warlock deity is like your buddy.
I was a gulak, okay? I got it. Yeah, I know. Weird voices.
So, I mean, yeah, if you have like a 6 intelligence, again, since you're so familiar with Vox Machina, I'm going to use examples from that a lot. Grog Strongjaw, he literally has an intelligence score of 6, which is like barely enough to be intelligible, to be able to speak and use language.
And
he has used that, like Travis Willingham, his player, has used that low intelligence score. It's really easy to play a dumb character and for them to be annoying. it is extremely difficult to play a dumb character and have them be completely lovable.
When we were playing was it the first one shot and with that deck of cards thing and
Deck
then
many things. Yeah.
yeah
Oh,
and
jeez. With the
Yeah.
Kraken.
That reduced
My-
your
The Kraken.
intelligence. I think it only reduced your intelligence by 2 points.
I don't know. I remember you saying like it was at Grog's level, and I was like, "How do I do this? I don't even know how to."
Oh no, yeah,
what-
yeah, you were.
do
Yeah,
I
you were like
do?
I don't even remember what the card was. It's been a while.
Yeah.
I rarely ever use the deck of many things, so I don't have the cards memorized.
Oh, this
Because
is
how often do you really
awesome.
get a chance to use them?
So Patrick he also does reactions. Harry Potter
Oh,
reactions
hey!
included.
Welcome.
Welcome in.
I think also like Star Wars and other stuff too, but like mainly Harry Potter is the best. So, but yeah, he plays apparently. And if you want to join the stream, let me know. He says he's currently in a campaign with about 6 players. Green Dragon Ancestry Sorcerer. Ooh,
Well, 6 players is a few players.
Yeah, it's a good number.
yeah.
I like the smaller campaigns with like 4 or 5 players.
Yeah, my
When you-
absolute maximum is 8.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez, I could not imagine running 8 players. Jeez.
I did 10 once, and that was gonna be a never again. That's how long does it take to do a turn? Oh, a half hour? Sure, cool. I'll go.
Oh, yeah, a single turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also, I mean, combat isn't such a huge thing in my games. I mean, it's there and it's ever present and can happen at any time. But I'd say it's probably about 70-30 between RP and exploration to combat as my ratio.
Mm.
And he said, I DM'd a game for 2 years that I accidentally ruined with a deck of many things.
That will happen.
easy.
What happened, Patrick?
Deck of
Right.
many
Was
things
it
is something that
was
will
it the
ruin
void?
games.
I love the deck of many things, though. It's just so chaos and random. I love it.
Yeah, he threw that in on our very first DnD session. He was like,
Well, you got to learn, don't you?
Yeah,
I didn't know what was going on, but Todd was like,
I watched.
Yeah,
the
it was a
game
crash course in everything D&D. I took you to the Feywild. I threw the deck of many things at you. You got eaten by a kraken.
yeah, we drowned, we died.
Sounds like an afternoon.
One of my friends were playing a game in Avernus. It was the Avernus campaign,
Oh.
and they got the deck of many things.
Oh, that one.
And they summoned a pyramid in Avernus that they had to go through, proceed, and finish the pyramid before they could proceed with the actual campaign.
Oh, wow.
The dungeon master was not happy when the pyramid came out.
So this pyramid just crash lands in Avernus. All the devils are like, what the fuck's
Yeah,
this?
it just popped up there, and they could not get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
They finished it, they cleared it out for the devils, but the devils had to live with... And this was in the middle of one of the main cities.
So is it like,
What's really funny is whenever you plan a corruption arc for a player character and they just lean super hard into it when you're not expecting them to.
Oh, so you're gonna kick puppies now? Cool, thanks. That was plan for that. Cool, thank you.
Well, one of my players, and she is like cotton candy. You know, she's just a bright, sunshiny person. She wrote in her backstory that her character was somehow touched or influenced by Lolth, the Spider Queen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, I can work with that. Okay, so my plan for this player is that Lolth wants an avatar, wants to walk the world, and wants this specific person, and I have all sorts of reasons for it. But so, you know, little just small like suggestions, you know, if she's in like a tense situation, there might be a small she might have to make a wisdom save, and there might be a small voice that's kind of goading her to be a bit more violent. Little stuff like that. And she is leaning super hard into it and wants to be a Lolth follower and wants to bring her forth. And I'm like, no, I did not expect this. This is going to be a long, drawn-out corruption arc. You're going to have to wrestle with the implications of your actions.
there you go.
You can never plan for the players.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, too, about, like, whenever the DM will often present you with opportunities. what you do with those opportunities is entirely up to you as a character. And it just goes down to how you want to play. Personally, whenever I'm playing, I want to press the red button. I want to know, because to me, not knowing is worse than whatever the consequence of the action would be. Like, if I'm going to sit there and lay in bed at night and be like, oh man, I should have opened that book. I should have read those words out loud. I should have done it.
You know something? I want to play with you as a player.
Oh, I'm a chaos monkey.
That would be fun. I'm
Right.
very interested in that too.
Right,
I
because
found
like,
a lot of DMs end up being chaos monkeys.
Oh God, are we ever? Because we're so used to being every
In
NPC. We're so used to being the voice of the world. So when we're gonna play, we're just gonna go ape shit and just gonna mess things up if we have to.
We got to find out what the voice of the world has to offer.
Hmm.
yeah, like I think those moments I'm just like, huh, what do I do? Smash will just like go in and like wreck stuff and
But
just change the
it
whole
might
trajectory.
hard for Smash to play because he knows most of the modules already. So that's not fun.
Not
Then
really.
we
I
have
mean,
to find something totally new.
Not
Well, I
necessarily.
mean, we
So
have 2 other DMs here.
there's 2 ways to combat that. Firstly, a lot of DMs, not all of them, but a lot of DMs tend to be pretty good at not metagaming. In case anyone's not aware, metagaming is when you use player knowledge, your actual intellect, as your character. Metagaming is a big no-no because it's considered cheating, so to speak, because you're using knowledge that your character should not have to actually overcome certain circumstances. So most dungeon masters tend to be pretty good at not metagaming when they're playing. My brother, he's also a DM. He nearly always plays a stupid character. He himself is very smart. He memorized most of the stat blocks. As soon as you put him into a combat, 9 times out of 10, he'll work out what it is before combat's even done. But he doesn't metagame. He doesn't use that knowledge because he's playing a dumb character who doesn't know anything. So it's very easy to him to segregate that information. The other way to combat that, though, is some dungeon masters, and this is something I love doing, is again, revamping everything up. So you can play the Avernus campaign with dungeon masters who know everything, but as the actual dungeon master playing it, I would change things from the actual base rules so that even the dungeon masters who have played it or any other players who have played it before don't know anything about it. Because although the overall story arc is
homebrew and
similar,
customize so many monsters.
yep,
Oh God, I love
customizing
doing
things
it.
is fun.
What is the curse of
Curse of Strahd.
yeah.
Curse of Strahd.
Strahd.
One of the most famous modules.
Yes, my name is.
I haven't
Strahd
actually played that
Bondanovich.
one myself.
I started running it for a group for my podcast, but I realized it is labor intensive to prep, and it's not my favorite module to run.
Labor
I'm not actually a
intensive,
fan
God.
of running modules myself.
Yeah, same here. Like I realize it's easier for me to make a world whole cloth than it is to run module. And
Yeah.
I've
and it
never
sounds
tried
weird.
running a module.
Like I'll steal stuff from modules all the time. Like when Strixhaven came out, I borrowed some of the rules and mechanics there. Or like even with like Avernus, monsters and vehicles I stole, things like that. Like it's easier sometimes just to cut out what you like and then leave behind what you don't need.
Yeah.
He said, "Get out of my head."
I told him with the Curse of Strahd to cut out the Death House at the beginning, which is just...
See, I like
It's
Death House,
this
though.
really annoying, very easy to kill your entire party.
Exactly. That's the point. You got to put the fear of God in your players.
Oh God.
Yeah, to weed out the weak.
Yes, exactly.
Help me
I
out.
don't want no weak PCs in my game.
Well, I say cut out the Death House, replace it with Waterdeep Dragon Heist, run that module, go instantly into Curse of Strahd at the end of it, start on the opposite side of Barovia, and you're fine. It actually makes sense and works.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
It's like the first battle in Descent into Avernus.
Oh,
it is
God.
designed to kill you. It's with like 10 people.
God, that whole first quarter of Avernus is just absolute bullshit. I hate it.
Because why do we care about Baldur's Gate? We don't.
Yeah, can we just get to Avernus? No, you got to fight the Van Thampers. Why do I got to fight the Van Thampers? Because it's in the book. Thanks. Sorry.
Oh, and don't forget Ultis the cultist, who might be your mortal enemy.
Oh, the cult. Oh, don't forget the pirate also. You got to save her or kill her, but it doesn't really matter either because she's not part of the story. I'm like,
So we are not going to be
and don't
doing
remember
modules.
the mission to get the shield with the pit fiend sealed inside of it that you can use to cast fireball, but everything in Avernus is immune to fire damage.
oh hey, guess what? You're gonna get wall of fire, so they can walk right through it. Cool, thanks, Shield. You're the greatest.
Patrick said Death House always kills folks. Always, and I don't mean always in a good Snape way.
I told you.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
Spiritual death
Not
is the
wrong at
best
all.
death in D&D, okay? Crush your player spirits.
So note to self, where Atomica is not going to be running games that I'm going to participate in because I will be dead in the first 5 minutes.
Hurtful?
You're going to kill me off. I'm too weak for your games.
No, like I said before, I'm joking right now. Like I don't.
Like, I'm joking. I'll just kill you gently in like 15 minutes instead of 5.
Slow, drawn out death.
I'll kill you softly with my song. I cast Vicious
Well,
Mockery.
I'm probably be dead soon too.
But you heard like what I said earlier. Like I don't prep to kill my players. You know, like I'll joke around and say I did a TPK, but no, it's like getting a TPK from you is like heartbreaking sometimes because like it makes you wonder, was it my fault or was it the fault of the dice, right? Or was it something that like did I not put on Front Street, this is a very dangerous situation that your players are in right now and you should run away. And if I did that and the players still want to go proceed with it and they have a TPK, that's fine. But like it still makes me really reevaluate how am I balancing my encounters? How much danger am I putting my players? Yeah.
Yeah. See, I played too like chicken. Like I wouldn't want to go like anything that looks like a trap. I'm like, I don't want to touch it. I don't want to go near it. And Smash like, okay, we gotta try to get the story moving. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want to do anything. I'm gonna sit here.
Yeah, and I don't like making Deus Ex Machina things just happen.
Yeah.
Because it feels like then I'm not respecting my players.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I could come in and have an NPC save the day, but like really, where does it that it takes away the player's agency though? If I do that, it invalidates everything the players have done so far, right?
Yeah.
Like it invalidates all their decisions, and sometimes a TPK is a player's decision. Sometimes they want to go down swinging. They want to go down with the ship. That's fine.
And speaking of player decisions, so player decisions and player squeamishness. So the thing is, you're going to pour a lot into your D&D characters. A lot. Time, effort, emotions. However, at the end of the day, it is a game.
Mm-hmm.
One, death is not always the complete end in D&D, but if it is, and sometimes it is, and I personally don't shy away from those moments because it sucks, but if your character dies, that gives it gives an opportunity for so much like real raw story, real raw true interaction, because now everybody has just suffered a loss. Everybody's going to be blaming themselves. Everybody is going to be figuring out how to bring this person back. Everybody is going to be trying to figure out what to do next because a little piece of their world has just shattered.
Mm-hmm.
Characters.
Because of that kind of story, I will never shy away from character death.
Yeah. Like, I killed a player. I think I told you before, Smash. Well, on the last one, I killed a player by accident, right?
Accident.
Oh yeah, I this one was on me. This was I misbalanced the encounter. I sent out either 2 wraiths or 2 ghosts, and they were level 2 or they're level 3 or 4, and I figured, okay, it'll be hard, but it won't be super hard. They just had some really bad rolls. One ghost possessed a player, and another player had to make the decision to kill that player to get the ghost out of him. And then the person went down on death saves. So, like, it happens. But after that happened, though, it kind of refocused the one player who had to make the hard choice to put the player down. Like, oh, I did this. Now I have to live with this. And we have incredible drama from that now also. How does this character move forward? How does this character cope with what they did? This new person comes in the game now. Are they going to be squeamish? Or are they going to be more protective to them?
Yeah, and the person coming in, yes, it does always suck for the person losing their character. But it's not like you have to walk away from the table forever. You can literally come back next session with a new character.
Hell, 5 minutes
and
later.
And then you have the struggle as that character to say, okay, how do I fit in here? Where is my place in this party?
Especially when you're joining a group that has just suffered a loss.
Mm-hmm.
I know I mentioned before FWCI's reactions about like the whole Slytherin thing. Guess who's here? Slytherin himself. And he says he's curious about D&D, 0 exposure other than pop culture. So got lots of newbies for you guys to educate today.
So another thing you have whenever that is one of probably the most important things in creating your character that so many people end up completely forgetting about. And that is, why is your character traveling? Why are they an adventurer? Why don't they just stay home and be a farmer and tend their farm and grow their family? What made them leave? And not only, so a funny thing I like to do when I sit down with a brand new D&D party is I like to sit down and say, okay, so how did your parents die? What killed your parents? One of the biggest tropes in D&D is dead or murdered parents. The thing that spurs you into adventuring, yes, that can be a great reason to start adventuring. My parents were murdered. I want to figure out what happened. That is D&D stock rogue number N. We have 1 million of those. It's fine because you can take that stock thing and you can turn it into a brilliant story. But whenever you're thinking about, it doesn't have to be a sad tragedy. You were back to the apprentice blacksmith. You were an apprentice blacksmith, and your blacksmith master got offered a job in another city and went there, and somebody else took over your forge, and he doesn't want an apprentice, so you're out. You got to go do something else now. All right, I'll be an adventurer. Got a hammer. There's a million things that can make you start your adventuring, but then once you are adventuring, why do you keep adventuring? Because I say it 1 million times, and I'll say it 1 million times more before I die. Adventuring is like, you have to be insane to be an adventurer.
Mm-hmm.
It is just constant terror and death and destruction everywhere. It's horrifying. Why would any rational person not just go back and work the forge, work the farm?
Yeah, because you're young. That's it.
No, but it's like
I'm young. I feel it's really cool. I want to stretch my legs.
But you know what? Actually,
it's a beholder.
But that's a very good. That's a very good point, though. Like, it actually kind of reminds me of a line from the movie Star Trek, the newer ones, right? Where it's where Kirk meets Bones for the first time, right? And why is Bones doing this? Because Bones lost everything, right? Bones is afraid of space. He says space is nothing but death and disease and darkness and destruction, right? But he has to go there because he lost everything. He got divorced, has no home. Only thing he has left is his bones, right? That's his motivation. So, like, as with your blacksmith, right? Maybe their shop got burnt down, right? So that's why they're traveling. That's why they're adventuring now, because they need to go find a new, either find out who did it, or looking for a new place that's probably safer for them to be a blacksmith at. And along the way, they can still do some blacksmith stuff, but hey, make some extra coin as an adventurer, right?
Absolutely. And that's a great thing too. That I want to piggyback on with what Tomika said. Give your character hobbies. Give them things that they want to do outside of the adventuring life. Like if they're in, the stock thing to do with bad D&D parties is, all right, we get to a town. All right, I go to the magic shop. Cool. I go to the weapon shop. Awesome. Where's the inn? Where's the tavern? Where's the brothel? Cool. All right. Next town. You don't want to do that. I mean, like you can do that, but that's lame. Don't do that. It's bad. Explore the world that you're in. Your character, they play cards. Have them sit down in a tavern and invite some people to play some cards with them. It's a great way to get information about a general layout of what's going on in the town. You see some fancy dresses. Go buy a fancy dress. Do something outside the box, quirky, fun. If your DM describes something, even just briefly, it's there now. That is your license as the player to say, oh, there's a whale there? I want to go mess with the whale.
Even if it's not
you said it was there. I want to mess with the whale.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I want to buy that horse in that one town we went to in the space. Lazy feelings.
Yeah.
What was that thing that you're like really into the Viper's Den one?
Oh God!
It was like when we're trying to run out.
The tavern. Oh no.
No. We were, in the very end, we were trying, like the whole cave was like coming down.
Oh,
and we were trying to run out, and he kept trying.
It was
to
the
get
heart.
something.
I was trying to destroy the heart to kill the snake from the inside.
And he, like,
I should have stayed. I
failed,
should have.
like multiple times. And he's like, "You sure you want to do that?" It's like, "Yeah, I'm going back in." It's like,
all right. Life and deal. Have a good life, my friend. Snakes.
It was the one shot. It would have been fine if I died, But,
snakes digest their food very slowly. You'll be there for years. It's cool.
right.
Yeah,
And I
it was
think,
full
I
on
need to
like the cave from Aladdin. Shit was coming down.
I don't think I was able to run or like because I don't know.
Yeah, we had to pick you up and carry you.
Yeah, and he wanted to go back. I'm like, bruh, my life's at stake now too. I need you.
I was so proud of Space during that session, just because your role playing and your choices have come a long way since our first time playing Lasers and Feelings.
Yeah,
and that's what it is too. Is so much goes into developing your character's personality. I keep saying this: the more you know your character, the better. But it's true because. I am the most neurotic person in the world. I constantly second guess myself, second guess my decisions, go over every word that I say, I'll double play back in my head and be like, did that sound stupid?
You would
but
never
any
know.
character that I play is so far removed from that. Whenever I play characters, if I play a warlock, they are going to be confident, they're going to be, flirtatious, they're going to be arrogant. If I play a wizard, they're going to be, studious, and they're probably going to be arrogant too. I play a lot of arrogant characters.
Don't worry about it.
Realizing a whole lot about myself as I'm saying this.
I need to learn how to do that. Patrick said my players took over a tavern, hired employees, and set up a system for earning income from the property while I had roles for what may have happened at their tavern if they were gone adventuring. That's very they really went with that one.
But when your players decide to start a small business, that means that they're having fun, surprisingly enough.
And would that fund your adventures? Like, would you be able to access the money from that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see why not. It's your money.
I run a modern day magic game, and one of my players is a teacher, and that's how she gets her money for her wizard spells.
Ah. I was just saying hi to Godzilla, but I guess I could just say it instead of typing it. Sorry.
So another topic I want to talk about briefly is one of my favorite things about character creation that I always insist that my characters have is secrets.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So
love secrets.
We're talking to each other right now. You don't know everything about me because I don't announce my entire backstory to you whenever we first meet. A lot of times. newer players and even some veteran players, right when they're introducing their character, will go through their entire backstory. You don't got to do that. Just like with, regular person-to-person interaction in the real world, secrets will come out. You'll eventually tell people stuff about yourself, but it'll come out organically in conversation. And having secrets is great because you have something that you know that may or may not end up affecting the people around you that could happen at any time. When those things do or do not happen, you will be the first to recognize it and say, oh, yeah, guys, about this. There's some things I got to tell you.
Yep.
And that can make for really great character drama. You can either confront it yourself right then, or you can choose to hide it, to keep hiding it, making things get progressively worse, where you know what's going on and your party doesn't.
And a prime example of that is in Vox Machina.
Oh, yeah.
Again, where Percy, who knew the Briarwoods, saw the Briarwoods and recognized them, but no one else knew who the hell the Briarwoods were. That was something from his backstory that he knew that none of the others had ever known about. And then
whenever they were sitting at the table,
everyone else was like, "What the fuck's going on?"
Whenever they're sitting at the table actually planning the game, none of the rest of the characters sitting at the table knew anything about the Briarwoods. They didn't know anything about Percy's past, really. They found him in a jail cell.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I'm not sure if you ever watched the actual campaign, Nia, but
just snippets.
The minute that Matt said Lord and Lady Briarwood, Calvin Jaffe, the actor who plays Percy, did a human blue screen and just shut down on camera for about 5 minutes.
He could not respond.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because it was that big a thing. All the other players knew something big was going down, but no one knew what because he couldn't actually talk in response to what was just happening.
He was so gobsmacked by what he had heard, and it shows you secrets are kind of cool and kind of important because they can come back. They can bite you on the ass when you least expect them to, or they can help you out later if you play them right. But they add that little bit of crunchy drama.
Absolutely, and that became it's the iconic arc from Critical Role is Percy's story, just because it was so well done, just by all the things. Like Taliesin, whenever he was making the character Percy, and this goes into our concept of our conversation about character creation, he started with the question of what was going through the mind of the person who created the first firearm. What events happened that was so horrible that caused that person to take that idea and turn it into an actual instrument of death.
Right.
Yeah.
That was the question that Taliesin started out whenever he was thinking about Percy, and everything else fell in after that. And then after that, he was wondering how now I've created this firearm. This is eventually going to spread through the world. How am I going to cope with that?
Oh, sorry.
Don't go on mute. Get back here.
And those are great things too, is, whenever a good thing to do whenever you're starting to plan out your character, go with a theme, go with an idea.
Yeah. But see, you don't want to put so much into it and then you die.
Why not?
That's what makes it meaningful, though.
Yeah.
I think if I really did this and made a character, I will probably end up with Lord Voldemort because I don't want to die. I'm going to do everything I can to ensure I don't die. And
that's fascinating. Run with that.
Yeah, if that's how your character evolves, that would be an awesome character to play with.
Oh my god.
That would be amazing.
No, I don't.
Oh, eventually, wanting to get the hand of Vecna.
Oh no!
Everyone working with Tom Riddle, thinking he's good and trying to help him out and stuff, and then it turns out that he's just trying to save himself from death.
Yeah.
I've heard
that's what we call liches, Nia.
Yeah.
I've heard of several stories where player characters end up becoming the BBEG because a character ends up betraying the rest of the group, goes off on their own, And then later they turn out to be the BBEG because they've amassed this power that they were always striving for from the very start of the campaign.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Character needs sometimes don't, well, most times don't always align up with the other characters.
Mm.
You think about it this way, right? Each person is their own main character in the story, right?
Right.
My needs need to be met. My needs supersede your needs, right? So now that's going to butt up against other people's needs also. That's going to create tension and drama. So if you're this character who by all means needs to stay alive, by all means needs to survive every encounter, right? Other people will say, well, hey, why aren't you putting yourself on the line like we are, right? You can be like, well, no, that's not my thing. That's not me. That can give you some inner party friction. I don't want to say PvP because that's a little bit different, but you also have, for that type of thing, you may want to talk to your players, your other players, and say, hey, my character's kind of an asshole. They're going to say some things that I don't really mean, but that's how they are. Or my character may not be the first person in the fight, but if the fight comes to them, they'll help you out. Sure. You can have that be your driving focus for your character, and that will just be your arc, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, and like in my campaign that I'm running at the moment, I've actually got a prime example of such a character. I've got a warlock who is self-entitled, thinks he's better than everyone else, and his god is the one almighty god, more powerful than everyone else. That's just his sight of how things are. The rest of the party to him are merely pawns. He will buy them weapons, he'll buy them armor and all of this stuff, and he seems very generous and caring to the players. But in actual fact, it's just his character getting his pawns more armored up so his bad guys are less likely to get through his frontline defense. He's not doing it out of care, he's doing it out of he must be saved, and he will save himself by helping them last longer in fights. So you can still do that whole evil thing with the flip side of looking and appearing good and helping out the party in such a way where in actual fact you're purely just in it for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and see, right now we have taken one single idea of Nia saying, I don't want to die. And we have just made this fascinating, complex character who, even then, you can take it even further. How is that character going to interact with your party? Is your party going to know, like, what's going on with your character? Are you going to hide it? And then you have this beautiful drama of if your character chooses to hide it from your party, your character has these goals that they're trying to take care of on the sly. The players at the table know what's going down because this is all happening above table. But your players' characters don't.
I would probably hide it, to be honest.
And you can do things too where you work with your DM and just, communicate with your DM on the side and say, hey, I want to do this thing on the side. I want to kind of do it on the sly. Is there a way I can break away from the party and get this done?
But I'd be too nervous, or not nervous. I'd be too anxious to tell the DM because it's like, but now you know my secret and you can kill me off easier because you know what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, but then you have a crappy DM if they do that.
Also, keep in mind, it's never DM versus players. Okay. It should never be DM versus players. All right. Yeah, some tables run like that, and some people like that. I think Smash is the same way also, and probably Supreme also, where like it's about the collaboration and the storytelling. That's the first element of the game, right? Where we want to push a narrative, we want to make this thing together. And if it's me versus you, that's not making anything. That's just having combat for the sake of combat or friction for no reason. There is a balance. The monsters want to win, right? The bad guys want to win. The bad guys will do anything in their power to win, but it's not malicious from the DM's perspective. From the DM's perspective, it's necessary.
Yeah, it's like the old guy from Squid Games.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Kind of. He does want them to win.
Yeah, he wants them to win. Yeah, that's actually a very good. I've never thought of that. But yeah,
Wow,
the whole idea was to come up with games. Just using Squid Games as the example, the whole idea was coming up with games that people can and will win over the period of time, and try and maximize on that, but not make it easy that everyone will just guarantee to win. You got to make it
Like,
Yeah,
challenging.
you want to challenge your players.
Yeah.
Because stuff needs to feel earned. If something is just given to your players, it'll be cool. But then they end up with like a bandolier of magic items that they never use,
Yeah.
and there's like, that's cool. But like, if they had to go through an entire dungeon, fight 4 or 5 times in the dungeon, this dungeon crawl lasted 2 whole sessions, and they come away with a +1 sword that can just give you the light cantrip, they are gonna love that sword and carry it with them. It's +1, but it can overcome resistance against non-magical weapons.
Yeah, because they earned it. That's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
the players.
Yeah.
All right. I want to paraphrase another amazing expert DM out there, Brendan Lee Mulligan, horribly. Okay, and basically what he said was, the players want to win, right? And the DM wants the players to win, but the DM should never make it easy for the players to win, right? And the players don't expect it to be easy for them to win. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's this thing of like mitigating expectations and understanding that I may lose some, I may win some, but the ones I won on my own merit, and there's not a goddamn thing anyone can take away from me for it. That's what the game's about. That's really what the fun part of the game is.
And on going back to Nia, what you were saying about wanting to do something on the down low without the other players knowing, especially nowadays, all of my games I play are all on Discord, all of them. And Discord makes it so easy because I've actually got individual private chats with each of my players.
Gotcha.
If any of them want to say or do anything that they don't want the other players to know about, they just message me that.
Okay.
And if
So
there are
like in
certain
real
rules required-
time.
yeah,
Yeah.
in real time.
Yep.
And
Or even
I actually
outside
had-
of the game.
Yeah, I had one of my players spike some food that everyone else was going to eat with some drugs and made everyone high. He did a sleight of
As you
hand
do.
check. Yeah, as you do. If don't give your characters drugs, it just does not go well.
Or do give your characters drugs.
This goes also back between me and Smash on our relations and feelings thing. When I was trying to overthrow you, Nia. I just
That's right.
talked with Smash about that.
That's
Just
right.
the 2 of us.
They try
I
to
told
kill
him,
me
"Go
off,
for it."
guys. They try to kill me off.
But yeah, what this player did in my game was he found an excuse to help out with the cooking, had a chance to spike the food, and he sent me a private message requesting it. So I had him roll a sleight of hand check, and because no one was actively keeping an eye on him, because no one suspected anything, I used their passive perceptions to see if he got away with it. And sure enough, no one saw anything. So again, he had done something against the party just in good fun.
So does he
without anyone
roll
knowing.
in that like private chat with you?
Yeah.
Ah.
So I use D&D Beyond for the most part. And in D&D Beyond, it gives you the choice to roll just for everyone or to just your dungeon master.
Oh, okay.
And that way you can do rolls on the down low without anyone else knowing what's happening.
Yeah, Roll20 has that feature as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, like doing things on the down low behind everyone's back, you can 100% do, especially in today's method of gaming for the most part. And most dungeon masters, if you've got yourself a good dungeon master, like I think all 3 of us probably fall into the same category with this. If you came to us wanting to do something like what we were talking about with becoming effectively immortal by any means necessary, a good dungeon master will see that as a great storytelling mechanic and let you roll with it. For better
Now,
or
with
worse.
some heavy caveats, like, because you do have to function in a party. Like, you have a lot of characters that, or a lot of players rather, they'll say, I want to play an evil character. And the very first thing that I will ask them that will 9 times out of 10 stop a character, a person, from wanting to say or to play an evil character is I will say, okay, what does that mean to you? How are you evil? What does an evil character mean to you?
Voldemort.
9 times out of 10, they'll ask themselves that and be like, well, oh crap, how do I play an evil character? And they'll be like, yeah, no, never mind. I'm a bit of a dick. Because like whenever, and that's why I throw out the alignment system in general. Other people swear by it. Some people love it. I think it's dumb and I throw it away. Because people are not just one thing. Surprisingly
That's true.
Yeah.
Oh.
People are layered and complicated and have various shades of all across the spectrum of personality, all in the single person. You know, they may do really awesome things one day. They may give $1 million to charity, and then they may have a child sex slave ring that nobody knows about. You know, these two things can happen simultaneously in the same person. They do good things, but are an evil person. And the reverse is true as well. And they may not consistently be a bad person from day to day.
Right.
I mean, if have a child sex ring, you are pretty much always a bad person.
That is.
But that was an extreme example.
What's worse than chaotic evil? Evil? Yeah, that's just evil.
If some of the children are also penguins, I don't know.
I did just watch Shang-Chi, and that's how I feel about his dad. Like, I was very torn the whole time.
So, that's a good example because I like alignments because they're good guidelines, but they should never be the letter of the law, right? And you look at like someone like Wenwu, right, who is very much, I guess in D&D terms, he would be lawful evil, right? He wants a set structure, but his goals are personal. They're selfish goals. That's kind of what lawful evil is, right? And you can use that alignment to kind of you can use alignment to kind of pivot how you want to portray a character, but it should never be like a monolith for your character.
Yeah, you never want to have you never want to sit there and say, well, you know, I'm lawful good, so I'm gonna do this. So I have to do this because I'm lawful good. I'm chaotic neutral, so you know, I can't do that because I'm chaotic neutral. You know, that's too far on the side of right. I can't do that.
Yeah.
That's where I find the problem with alignment.
Yeah.
But I absolutely agree with Atomica that it's a great guideline.
I do think that goes back to, again, what I was saying about personalities. People tend to come up with a personality for their character and then stick to it. Alignment comes into that as well. A lot of people consider their personality and consider the alignment at the same time and build their personality based on the alignment that they want to play, which is fine to do. But if you're going to stick with that, then it doesn't allow for that growth. And a lot of people over time do change alignment, like even just in real life. Your alignment can change from one type to another type depending on your experiences, your growth. You can have an evil person who's traveling with a cleric. And that cleric might, over time, persuade them away from their evil tendencies, and they may become a better person in the future as a result. Likewise, you can also have someone of one alignment, say lawful evil, who understands that they don't do the right thing. It's what comes to them, but they want to better themselves. They don't want to be this evil person that they perceive themselves to be. And they may not even actually be evil. They may just perceive themselves to be evil. They may do something that is actually a really good thing to do, but they perceive it as something selfish, even though it's not. And that can allow for that growth as well over time of having that goal of a different alignment as well. But I agree with both these guys in that it is more of a guideline of how it is you can play your character, but it shouldn't be a set rule of black and white.
I love that concept of. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I love that concept of self-perception. I mean, you really think like Hitler sat around going, "Man, I am so evil."
Yeah, everyone is the hero in their story.
Right.
Exactly. And that's. Oh, I'm sorry, Nia. I cut you off.
No, it was just going to be a question about, can my character be addicted to Bunnings, Snags. Bunnings snags? What is that?
Okay, so Bunnings is a warehouse store here in Australia. It's a place you go to if you want to buy tools, equipment, hardware,
It
things
looks
like
delicious.
And Snags is a basically sausages that you cook on a barbecue. So
I just Googled it and it looks amazing.
oh yeah, it is
Oh,
fabulous.
well,
He said the Aussie guy will know.
I know, I got you, bro.
I know I'm bread. Oh, okay, fine, sure, cool. All right, cool.
I guess I should also Google it myself.
So another thing that was really great that Supreme was talking about was the concept of growth and how your character will not stay the same person. At least they shouldn't. They really shouldn't stay the same person from the start of the campaign to the end of the campaign. One really good thing that I'm going to cite another Critical Role player just because they're so in the forefront, Marisha Ray. One thing that I love that she does that makes her a brilliant role player is she plays out entire character arcs. Her characters are deeply flawed when they start out. Keyleth was a mess, a complete and utter mess. And like Marisha got a lot of flack from that whenever Critical Role was first airing because people were just like, "Oh, Keyleth's the worst. She's horrible. That girl doesn't know how to play D&D." It's like, no, Keyleth was inexperienced, young, and inept. Her point was to eventually grow to be a strong leader. Now, what Marisha does is she has basic character arcs in mind for her character. With Keyleth, it was, I am this person. I need to become a strong, assertive leader who can make good decisions and be, a beacon of hope for my people. Bo, her character in campaign 2, is a complete asshole. Like, she is off-putting to the point of just insanity, to the point where, like, I love Bo to itty bitty Reese's Pieces, but watching those first episodes in campaign 2, you physically cringe because it's like, oh my god, why are you like this?
Yeah, why did you just
And
do
her
that?
art
They
was
shouldn't have made it so easy.
Oh yeah. She tried to plan the arc for her to eventually learn to open up to people. And that was her arc. And by the end, she was the most caring, considerate, like just amazing friend who could trust in other people and just have so much hope in people.
Wow.
So you can have an arc that you plan for your character to kind of shore up their flaws. But you can also find that in the campaign, things that happen completely throw that arc out of whack. Either it will, I'll use a recovering alcoholic metaphor. You're a recovering alcoholic. Something terrible happens in the campaign. You find that drink and you're back to square one. Or you're a recovering alcoholic and you learn how to channel all that energy into something positive.
Yeah, I definitely agree with all that.
And that goes with your character motivations as well. If your character starts out as an asshole, but you do eventually want that character to open up to people, one of your, short-term motivations. I want to strike up a conversation with this person and not be an asshole to them. Little steps that inform your character's journey.
Sorry, I just saw a typo. I made stopping by. Can I make a character that knows how to spell?
You could, yeah. Be a scribe wizard.
Not allowed. No.
Can I, like, in some sort of version of myself, be someone that can, that doesn't make any typos when I...
Only typo wizards, okay?
I have actually made a character who... Okay, so at the start of the campaign, they knew a couple of languages, but one of the things that you can do is you can learn languages throughout the game, depending on how you play things out. I had this character who wanted to learn, I think it was, I'm just going to go with Elvish. I don't know if it was Elvish or not, but I'm just going to go with Elvish. And he came across this book. He didn't know what the language was, but he wanted to learn this learn the language in this book. So he got a teacher, which was the companion of one of the other characters, to teach him this language in this book because they knew how to read it. So he was actually getting language lessons from this other creature in the group. Turns out, like I knew this as a player, but my character didn't know. He was learning the vocalization of Elvish, but the language in the book he was learning and learning to comprehend with this verbal language was actually Abyssal. So he was learning the Abyssal written language, but learning the Elvish language in conjunction with that. So if he were to translate Abyssal to anyone else, he would actually be speaking Elvish. But because of the, I made him fairly stupid. Like he was like only a 9 or 10 intelligence, like average intelligence, just under. So it took him a while to learn it, but he didn't ever know that there was a difference between the verbal language he was learning and the written language he was learning. So you can actually come up with unique, different things like that, going off your typo thing, where you can learn part of language without knowing it's a different language or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, D&D is limited only by your imagination. Like even the classes. Take the classes for instance. Say like, you dig what the wizard can do, but you don't want to play a wizard. So it's like, all right, I'm a retooled, like a reflavored wizard. Instead, I'm a shaman. And I'm not reading my spell book in the morning. I'm casting out different animal bones to get inspiration for incantations. It's not actual, arcane power that's coming out of me. It's the spirits of my ancestors that are fueling these magical effects.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like you said before, flavor is free, and a lot of it is you could just base it on mechanics, right? You could just say like, I want to play a character who is like Spider-Man, right? So how in D&D can I do that? And you can just kind of, going back to like what we said before about either playing classes or multi-classing, you can pick and choose what you want to do to get those different effects also. There's nothing wrong with looking at like characters from fiction and trying to emulate those characters. Don't impersonate, but kind of emulate those ideals in the game also.
One of the players in my home game is just Voltron. Actually, they're playing a Warforged, and they are Voltron.
Are they 5 parts that separate? So
yeah.
Oh, nice, cool.
Yeah, whenever he goes into his rest mode, he separates into his 5 parts and just lays in a cat pile.
Nice, love it.
Yeah, he's really leaning into it, and I'm like, all right, be Voltron, sure.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and that's to reiterate Atomica's point. You can absolutely take inspirations from anywhere and layer them on. If you want to be a sorcerer fighter that's a gunslinger, that you flavor your bullets from your gun as your spells, you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about, you can work with your DM to essentially build any character that you want to build. And if the book's not enough for you, you can work with your DM to homebrew stuff. Yeah. I homebrew backgrounds all the time for my characters.
Actually, making backgrounds is like in the book. There is in the player's handbook. There is a section on how to make custom backgrounds.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that was my question. Like, if there was like a set way to do it. So there is a guideline in the book, but generally speaking, everyone just kind of does it differently, basically.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So the actual character creation in the book, you start out by you choose. There's lists in the book of character races, character classes, and character backgrounds. You choose your race, your class, and you choose your background from those lists.
Okay.
I actually happen to have the player's handbook right in front of me.
I wonder if you can
share.
Yeah,
because I'm that guy. And so in the very beginning of the player's handbook, that's where you find your classes and your races. For instance, you got gnome here, and they have all different types. Like there's so much here for inspiration for gnomes. There's different things about like a gnome's lifestyle, a gnome's body type, gnome names. There are entire lists of just names, male names, female names, clan names, nicknames, all sorts of things that you can use as inspiration for building your character. Your backgrounds, those will give you, sometimes they'll give you different equipment. Sometimes they'll give you different tools or skill proficiencies. The urchin background, you will get a city map of the town that you were born in. You will have that entire map.
Wow.
Little things like that just add extra flavor, add extra depth to your character that you can really lean into. Say you chose the urchin background. Okay, you're a street kid. Why? How'd you end up there?
Right. I don't know if for a campaign, it's such a commitment. I don't know if I want to do the dwarf like we discussed, or if I want to just,
I mean, also, don't be afraid to lean into tropes as well. All right.
Yeah, nothing wrong with tropes.
Yeah,
They're
people
tropes
say-
for a reason.
yeah, they
Yeah.
because they work, right? They're shortcuts. They're ways for you to understand how to play a character. So yeah, lean into tropes. If you like something like Eric's background, you want to be like Aladdin, sure. Lean into some of those tropes there also.
Right.
Literally every single member of Vox Machina started out as a trope.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the idea of one shots because it's like D&D Light. You can just hop in, like, you don't have to commit for a whole campaign. When you say like campaign, I'm like, oh, and I have to
Well,
really
D&D,
make someone that.
Nia, let me tell you a secret.
Yeah.
You know how we played Lasers and Feelings a bunch?
Yeah.
And you know how from session to session, the story carried on and things that happened in previous sessions affected what was going on in that session? You kind of already played in a campaign.
Yeah, you're right.
Wait,
And
say
how
it as
committed
Dennis.
did you
Say
feel
it
to
as
that?
Dennis, though.
Huh? What did you say?
No, we're just saying you should have said that as Dennis, which would have
Oh,
been more
right.
impactful.
Oh God, what's Dennis's voice even like?
Oh, what's his voice like? Oh my God. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, that's Dennis.
I would like to be referred to as Dennis. When I'm being an individual, I would like to be Dennis.
That's right. Yeah,
So-
when you put it like that. But like we had the option, right? Like it was like, should we pick up from where we left off last week? And it's like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what a campaign is. A campaign is just a series of one shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay.
And since like whenever we're going to be doing the campaign, because again, just for anybody who doesn't know, next month Nia is starting out her tiers on Patreon. We are going to have a $30 tier that is going to be playing a D&D campaign with Nia Maki, and it's in a world that I made
Yes.
and a campaign by me.
Yes, it's a full commitment this time, not just a one
Yeah,
shot.
but it's going to be a monthly game.
Yeah,
It's
a month.
the last Sunday in each month.
Last Sunday of the month. But can we like still sprinkle in like, one shots here and there? Just
Oh,
for
absolutely. Yeah, that's why like that is the day that's going to be dedicated to that. That's
To
going
that.
to be early in the afternoon.
Right.
That we're going to do that. And then like I said, the last Sunday in each month, I'm just going to have a tabletop RPG day. So I'll do that, and then after that, I'll either run one shot D&D or one page RPGs like we've been doing.
Yeah.
And then also now, since I'm not going to be working 12-hour days, probably starting in October is when I'll be back to doing probably weekly at least one game a week of a one page RPG.
Yeah.
Do we gonna
Sounds
pick
good.
up Lasers and Feeling too then?
Absolutely.
Great.
I would love to join your Sunday campaign, but I don't think I'll be able to.
Same.
We can do the one shots because we definitely need to at least do one shot where Smash is a player too, because I want to experience Smash
Me
as a
too.
chaotic
Me too.
player. So for
Yeah,
that, I'm
we can
gonna
actually
need
absolutely
I
do that. I
definitely
mean,
want to see that.
Yeah.
and play along too.
Not a problem at all.
Of
Okay,
course, I
director
would
said
love
define
that.
early afternoon.
Whenever I said early afternoon, I usually mean like for the D&D game on her Patreon that people are going to be paying for. That will probably be somewhere around like noon to probably about 4-ish in the afternoon, and that's Central Standard Time. And then like the games I'll run after that people will be able to just jump in freely will probably start around probably 5-ish.
Okay, so the one shots, because those will be like they would be random, right? Like whatever.
Yeah,
like
those will
one-
be the random
one-
ones. Those are the
yeah.
ones that anybody can jump in that won't be the ones that people on your Patreon are paying for.
And that will be from 5 p.m., 5, 6. Gotcha.
Yeah, because that'll give me time to like get food and
I
stuff
mean, we could
between.
probably put you a little later if.
Nah.
Are you sure your voice is going to really be like, ah?
So I know that we don't talk often, but you see how much I text. That's how much I speak in real life. But
Well,
like
5, 6 p.m.
I'm kind of a hermit,
There.
so I just go to work and come home. So I don't talk to many people. So my voice is pretty well preserved.
Oh, he said he doesn't get home till like 7 Eastern because I think he records during the weekend for
That's
your boy,
fine, not a problem.
Rock
Whenever I say
Lee.
I will be running sessions all day, I pretty much mean I'm going to be running sessions way into the night.
Okay.
We will absolutely be able to set something up to where you'll be able to join. Not even a problem.
All right. Cool. You hear
Hey,
that? You have no
Nasty.
excuse.
Look at me. I'm a dirty guy, you know? It's here around 6:11 a.m. right now, and I'm still here.
Good heavens.
Yeah.
See, the time that this has taken place today, this discussion, this is pretty much the latest that is reasonable for you guys that I could do it on the weekends, personally.
Normally
right now,
we
latest.
play
me,
around. Normally
it's
we
10
play
past
around.
2 p.m. Sunday right now. For
Right.
me. So if you guys do a game on Sundays, for me, that's going to be Monday and I'm going to be at work.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Oh my God. It took me a hot second to get. I don't belong in Ravenclaw. Okay. Right. But we're going to be doing other games too on like, Friday nights or whatever, right? Smash. I might be.
Yeah, I don't know about Friday nights, but definitely through the week.
Yeah, I don't know. Friday was like the first thing that popped into my head.
Or Saturday.
Yeah, Friday I have another D&D game that I play that meets like bi-weekly. So there will be some Fridays I can do, some Fridays I cannot do.
And also, okay, I know Supreme and first, let's pause. Is it Supreme or Supreme?
Supreme.
Supreme.
A
Because
lot of
like when
people
you
say
first
Supreme.
said it, yeah.
But it's Supreme because, like, Supreme, if you think about how you spell Supreme, there's an E on
Yeah,
the end
there's
of
no
Supreme.
E.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's not an E on the end of that.
Yeah, so it's just Supreme.
Supreme. Okay. And
Australians still do silent E's.
Because I was like, when you
Can't fault
first
that.
said it, I didn't want to say Supreme, and then like it just be like an Australian accent, and I was like doing it wrong or something. But anyway,
No, it's the New Zealanders that don't have silent E's.
Wow, let's start a whole turf war here. Okay, cool.
Yes.
New Zealanders are just Aussies. I don't care what anyone says.
but I know you guys.
You're the first
both
Australian that I've ever heard say anything that nice about New Zealand.
Oh,
Oh,
well, he plays D&D, so he's nice.
Yeah, not a great metric for just determining whether somebody's nice or not.
My
There are whole
rationality
Reddit
is that if
threads dedicated to RPG horror stories about terrible DMs.
There are
Okay,
some
my
horrible
rationality was if you can empathize enough or get in someone's head enough that you can play different characters and whatnot, then you have to be a good person.
that's also
But I guess
Dexter, too.
psychopaths can,
Yeah, but there's also
Yeah.
Dexter.
Yeah, that's the double-sided edge of empathy is like, yeah, you can be the best friend that somebody has ever had and you can understand all of their problems, but you also know all of their fears and insecurities
Right.
so well that if they piss you off,
I can be your worst
never piss
nightmare.
off somebody with a lot of empathy.
I will
Because
make
they will
you.
break you with a
First
single
That's
sentence.
what's her name, right? Wanda.
First off, I'm a Sagittarius. I will ruin your life. Okay.
And you hear
Yeah,
this?
never mess with an INFP.
I'm not mean though. I'm not. I
But
don't
yeah,
think.
I don't
and
know
that's
my
a great
letters.
thing too. Empathy. Like you are a very empathic person. You understand emotions and the way the emotions affect people. You will be great at making characters.
I'm not good at playing. I have to get into that mind of,
Here's
getting
the
past that.
Here's the thing. I don't say you will never get good at playing because that's not true. But you'll pick up things. But like getting good at playing isn't the goal of D&D though. The goal of D&D is just
Have fun.
having fun and playing the game.
Yeah.
Like I've played games with people who are terrible with the rules, who actually have been playing the game for years and still don't know like, oh, at 5th level I get an extra attack. It means I can attack twice, right?
It's gonna be me. Okay.
But they're still good players because they put themselves in the game. They're present, and they may not know all the rules, but at least they're still trying to be a cooperative member of the group. That's what's important.
I
Yeah, there is no
anyone that
winning
can-
D&D.
I think I need to make a character that is so removed from myself that I can feel comfortable and confident enough to play that character, if that makes sense.
That's actually a great strategy.
Yeah, playing this whole opposite of what who you are. That's actually like kind of what my first character was. My first character was a rogue type of character who was very boisterous, very charismatic, which is the whole opposite of what I am. And was like, haha, my name is Drake, and I'm da 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 da, and like he was the total opposite of me, but it kind of pushed me out to be that.
Right.
Yeah.
My
Right.
first
As long as
character
the
was the
character you
edgiest edgelord that ever edged in Edgeland. Ever.
So
The classic, he was a tiefling hexblade warlock.
Oh, he was a pizza cutter. Got it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, he was a pizza cutter. He literally had the name Cutter.
All edge, no point, guys.
Yeah, all edge.
Right,
His deepest character aspect was that, because you know how a lot of tieflings, they'll take like virtue names. He was the son of nobility, and he was the hidden son because he was a tiefling, and his parents were ashamed of having a tiefling.
Aww.
And so he was named Deference.
Oh wow, that is on the nose. God.
Yeah, that was the deepest thing about his character.
Oh.
So like sometimes, but I had so much fun with that character, learning how to, because I mean, obviously he had a massive chip on his shoulder. So he had a massive chip on his shoulder, and he was nobility. So he was a dick.
Not just a matter.
But I eventually turned him into like a multi-dimensional person.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna take that approach and hopefully build out an interesting character.
Yeah, like just pick like an extreme personality type, right? And just play it to the T. And just see what happens with it. You could mellow it out. You could even double down on it also as well as like as a character.
Down on it.
Like if you want to be like Kyle Mountain Dew face, who's just I want to beat everything up real quick. And
Diva players.
Exactly. Wow. Okay.
Hey, you said Mountain Dew.
But like you can just you can either double down on it, or you can like kind of like, okay, now if it's even too obnoxious for you, kind of pull it back some, and then like figure out a way to, okay, how can I incorporate me pulling it back some as a character trait or as a character growth.
The other thing to keep in mind as well is, now this is something I had to learn the hard way because no one actually told me. You may not always make characters that you can actually connect with.
Mm-hmm.
There can be a bit of a learning curve there when making characters. I remember playing the first 2 characters I ever made. I enjoyed playing them in terms of the gameplay was fun, but I couldn't connect with my characters. To me, it was just another game. Like I was enjoying in terms of interacting with my friends and stuff, but I wasn't connecting with my characters. Not like I do these days. These days, when I am my character, I am that character. Everything I think about, everything I say and do is in the perspective of that character. I could never do that to start with. You may find that the first character or two, or the first few characters you make, you may not be able to connect with properly, like the way you would imagine. But that's all down to a learning curve, is learning what characters you can and cannot quite meld with, so to speak. And if you've got a good dungeon master, sometimes you can work it out in that same game, and either if it's in the early stages of the campaign, it's sometimes easier to write out a character and write in a new one, or make amendments to your current character to make it a better fit for yourself and for the campaign. So it doesn't have to be you make a character and then that's it, you're stuck with them. That's not how this works.
That's what I was afraid
Absolutely.
of. Like just
Yeah.
being stuck. Yeah. That's good to know.
Like,
You can grow.
And even if you don't like your character, a good DM will let you swap it out. Like,
Yeah.
if you're not having fun, what's the point of playing the game, right? I'm not gonna force you to play a character that you don't want to play.
Right, right.
You can always write in a new character. That's why death is always forever imminent in D&D, because you can always write in a new character.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've actually had a player who wanted to play a new character, so they talked with another of the players at the table, and they were like, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start a fight, and I need you to kill me. And so this character, and they were in a place where they were unarmed for story reasons. So one of the characters beat the other character to death.
Oh God.
With their hands.
Mm-hmm.
And the character was playing a druid.
Oh wow.
And they're like, they were having a whole personal crisis about it, and it was great. It was a fun story. But I think one of the biggest things that you're going to struggle with, Nia, is confrontation.
Yeah.
In the party.
Yeah.
Now, confrontation in the party is not a bad thing. It's really not, because how often do you get a group of people together, give them a task, and everybody has the exact same idea of how to complete that task?
Like, did we all see episode 6 of She-Hulk?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Don't tell me you're that. Are you
The guy that jumps off to kill himself?
Was that you, really?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's absolutely her.
And so I was watching her, I was like, I can't even be mad at him because it's so mean.
Like, if you've noticed a lot, Nia, whenever we play, I poke at you.
Yeah.
A lot.
do.
And throw a lot of crazy stuff specifically at you because you hide.
Me literally as I was just like blocking my face. I do.
And when I say hide, I don't even mean like physically. I mean everybody else in the party. What do you think we should do? Nia, you're gonna make decisions in D&D. I love you to itty bitty Reese's Pieces. I'm going to constantly poke at you to make decisions because I know it's something you don't want to do. But I also know that being a backseat player in a D&D party is so boring. Just being there for events unfolding around you.
I enjoy it though. Like it's like you see it. You have a front row seat. You don't have to do anything. You can just enjoy what's going on.
Well, then watch a movie. Read a book. This is D&D. You play the story.
Oh man.
Something
You
you gotta
are
keep
the
in
book.
mind, Nia.
Huh?
Something you gotta keep in mind is
Yeah.
it's not the dungeon master coming out with the story. It's everyone that's at the table comes up with the story. The dungeon master merely has an
Ooh.
overarching storyline. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's the characters who actually make the story.
Mm-hmm.
Supreme is my favorite person in the world. How many times have you heard me say almost the exact same thing? The DM is not in charge of giving you the story. The players give you the story. DM gives you the plot.
Yeah.
The way he just said it though did make me feel bad for making everyone else's experience bad by not participating. That's one way to
It's
think
not that
about
you're
it.
making it bad. It's that
No, but I'm not pulling my weight, you know? Like when I
No,
think about it in that frame, then it does motivate me to have to do something more.
But it's not that you're not pulling your weight. It's that like I'm guessing. I'm not gonna put I'll try to put myself in Smash's shoes the best I can because but I'm not a mind reader. But it's harder to gauge a player's enjoyment of a game when they're in the back seat, and
especially digitally.
right,
Yeah.
exactly.
When you-
And we played over voice and we played over Roll20. I couldn't see your face. I could see your face through the stream, sure, but without that, it's hard to really gauge.
Very true.
You know, the player's kind of pulling back a little bit. Like, okay, am I doing something wrong? Do I need to move it? Do I need to move a plot point here, or do I need to do this, or do I need to have more NPCs?
Right.
So
and that is why I poke you
right
to engage you and to make sure that you are feeling engaged.
right, yeah,
I am though. It's just
yeah, but you're like I don't say the lack of vocal engagement, but like the more demure nature that you have kind of makes it harder to tell sometimes.
Yeah.
And I have a player like that in my other game where she is very much, she doesn't talk much, both in game and out of game.
Right.
So when things happen, she's very curt. I'm like, oh, well, she doesn't like that, so I got to try another approach here. And she'll go, well, why'd you change that? I'm like, well, I thought you didn't like it. Well, no, I was liking it. Well, I didn't know that because you're not telling me. So there's this whole catch-22 of like, I'm fucking up, you're fucking up. So yeah.
Yeah. I hear you there.
Like in saying so, there is still characters and stuff that can take more of a backseat role, and if that's the kind of player that you are, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But you still need to have good communication with your dungeon master and informing them of what's going on and how you are feeling about the game, and if you are in fact enjoying the game.
Yeah.
If you're taking a backseat role, but the dungeon master knows that you're taking the backseat role, but you're still enjoying the game.
Right. No, and I'm definitely enjoying the game. It's just this is kind of like that moment in She-Hulk when they're like, okay, so 20 seconds of eye contact. I'm like, 20 seconds.
But that's the thing too is as a dungeon master. So those things that we're talking about, your character's goals, your character's motivation, how your character's changing over the course of events due to the exposure of the things that have happened to you. Whenever you're talking and engaging in the story, I'm seeing how your character's changing. I'm seeing what's happening to your character, which helps me because then I know what step to place, what challenge to put in your path next for you to overcome.
Right.
Because that's where you're going to get a lot of the story is challenges for your player to overcome, whether it be internal challenges for your character or external challenges. Because D&D, you're going to get a mixture of all of them.
Right.
Well, you should.
Because again, this isn't an avatar you're moving around a map with a keyboard. This is a person.
Right. And it's crazy because in my head, like I'm in there, but I guess I just don't vocalize it, so you guys are not there with me.
Well, it's like as the player, you have the power to drastically alter the world around you.
Yeah.
That's too much power.
No, that's just enough.
I honestly think I would be a better spectator than a player, like Rabbids, dog. Like I think that would be.
But you're gonna be a player.
And look,
people aren't gonna pay money to jump in a D&D game with just me.
I mean, I would watch that.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. I would pay too, just to let you know. I would pay to watch your game. So.
Well, y'all are precious. Are you still planning on going cleric?
I don't think so now, because I was really toying with the idea of being like a broody, like a very angsty
rogue. Got it. Cool.
Nia Bilbo.
No, not Bilbo. The other.
You're the
guy.
reluctant hero.
You do not want to go on this journey.
Me?
And it's literally the Deus Ex Machina wizard who's coming in and saying, Bilbo, we need you on this journey.
So Nia
This
is
is
the,
accurate.
so is Nia like the anti-Campbellian myth? Like,
burglar.
I'm gonna run for my call all the time.
Yeah, I do run away a lot.
You want me
And
to
see,
run?
in D&D, that's a viable option.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez. This is
Well,
turning
Yeah,
into
as a
Yeah,
like
cleric,
you don't have to
homie,
always fight.
you are literally deciding whether or not people will die.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
I have thought of a character too,
Yeah.
but we will come to that when it is time to make our characters.
So,
Yeah, I
okay, you
mean,
want to
that's
keep it
what
close
we're-
to the vest for now?
What?
Oh, is it a secret? Is it? Are we trying to overthrow me already again?
No. It's not lasers and feeling, huh?
All right, I'll
And like
try
how
to.
we're gonna make characters for the campaign that I'm making. I have a world that I have created. That world is not and never will be complete. It's going to be it's constantly growing. So what I'm going to ask y'all to do is come up with the normal race, class, background, backstory combo. I'm then going to ask you about how you envision the place that you're from. If it matches a place that I have, I'm going to place you there, give you a whole bunch of information about that place so that you can feel like you're walking into the world being part of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, we will work your backstory into that area. You have a person in your backstory, suddenly they become a notable person in that city. And then I'm going to give you, we'll talk and, about your character's goals and things like that. And a viable reason for traveling, and then we'll various things I'll work on with each player on why are you ending up in the place that we are starting in.
Oh,
I might bring something up tomorrow, Smash, privately, because I'm going to bed soon.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, not a problem.
Absolutely fair. You've been up all night, and yeah, you can definitely go to bed. What was I gonna ask you? I already forgot. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I got all my guys' stuff too, so I'll send it up
Missed
to you
that.
too.
Oh, that was it. Are we going to get like the way we were introduced into the last one shot, the first one shot? Where you
with the letters?
yeah,
It'll be something similar to that.
Ooh.
We'll also have like a session 0 beforehand where we'll all meet together. I'll talk about the general tone of the campaign. I'll tell you more about the world at large.
Okay.
I'm gonna have a lot of information packets for y'all.
Ooh.
That
Are we streaming
you will get a
this?
lot of benefit out of reading them. Well, you don't have to, but I'd prefer if you did.
I will read it.
Just it's
so
little
well
stuff that will
done.
just help you feel like you live in the world.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot that's there's a complete mystery to you, but just little stuff about basic notable events that happened in the history, why the world is split in two with one section hanging upside down in the sky above the other.
Oh, wow.
Hey, we've been there before. No? Is it
Yeah.
the same place?
Y'all-
All right, cool.
Y'all were there. Y'all released a snake god onto the world.
Yeah.
My players in my home campaign had to deal with that. They said thanks, by the way.
We should have killed it.
It was an accident, okay? It was an accident, all right? You were so
He did
close to it.
not eat the sun. He was trying though.
Oh no. We real consequences.
Okay, what is that
Run.
called? Lord Heavy.
Is there a portal we can jump into to just go to a different world then? So we don't have to
Maybe. I mean, there's a whole world floating in the sky upside down above you.
Yeah, let's go there.
Like
Yeah,
you'll
you
be
don't
starting
know what's
on
right on the other side, though.
Cascadia, which is the world below, and then Celestia is the world hanging in the sky above you.
Oh, I gotta find my notes.
But yeah, so Nia, what type of play appeals to you?
That's a good question.
Play. What do we mean by that?
Like when you think about a character, like what style?
So, just because Sims is the only other thing that I can kind of relate to when it comes to like role playing, basically what I do when I play The Sims is I use cheat codes and I don't have to work because I use cheat codes to get money, and then I get 10 on every single level, cooking,
So bard or
whatever.
artificer?
And then I go into the real world and then get to level 10 on every job. So that's what I generally do.
Okay, so a battlesmith artificer.
What
You know,
does that
I can
mean?
equip 6 magical, or I can attune 6 magical items.
Let's see.
I want everything and I want to be good at everything. That's like generally my approach to
Yeah.
how I play the
Bard.
Rogues and bards are both good for that.
Bards are great for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can get I forgot what it's called, half proficiency in every single skill.
Jack of all trades, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
But
Jack of all
I can't
trades.
sing.
Yeah, if you play a halfling bard, you will never roll a 1. Well, you will very rarely roll a 1
yeah.
because
Yeah.
halflings are immune. Like if they roll a natural 1, they get to re-roll and they can use the second roll. But if they
need
roll
that.
1 the second time, then they just have to take the 1.
Yeah.
I need that.
Yeah, like you can front load yourself to where you will never fail a skill check. But why would you want that?
Half the fun.
Because I don't like conflict. I don't like to be
But half the
uncomfortable.
fun in D&D is when the failures happen.
Yeah. So my favorite story is I was running a one shot with some players, and it was like a meat grinder one shot, which means they all make a bunch of different characters, and we'll see how many characters die in the process, right? And this is fun. We're trying to take on like a big boss, and they were fighting 2 named devils from Avernus.
Oh.
And the player killed one of the devils, but the devil exploded. And because when a certain creature is, when they die, they can have a radius explosion around them, which caused the player to die.
Excuse me.
When the player died, it procced their ability that when they die, they explode also, which killed another 2 players also.
Oh my God.
But like it's failure, but it's still one of the most talked about moments in our games because it was just so freaking epic of what happened. And like the failure is the best part about D&D sometimes. The failure is like Smash said, you don't remember this. You don't remember how easy things were. You remember how hard things were. That's the cool thing about D&D. D&D is this thing that lives up here in our mind, right? And even though we're not experiencing it physically, the emotional connection we have by those struggles stick with us longer.
You realize I have to undo 30-something years of Asian parenting and African parenting telling me you cannot fail at anything, right?
Mood, I get it. Same.
So I'm going to use Vox Machina as another example. You know, whenever they were trying to get through the door?
Yes.
And how, Scanlan wasted 3 spells, got his fingers cut by Vax. Vax broke a set of lockpicks.
Broke a dagger too.
Broke a dagger as well. And injured Scanlan's finger, and they still couldn't get the door open.
Then Percy tried to sneak around, got stuck on the door, got in, tried to go out the window to climb down, fell out the window, back outside again, outside the door. It was still locked.
And they didn't even need to get in there.
No.
Like, it was a completely, side thing that they're like,
fixated on.
Door's locked.
Yeah.
I wonder what's behind here.
And that was just a bunch of bad rolls, one bad roll after another.
And you know what? They walked through plenty of other doors that we don't even ever speak of.
Yeah.
How many doors did Vax unlock? We don't actually remember that. But we do remember one door he
with
couldn't
his
get through.
35 lockpicking checks.
Yeah.
I rolled for stealth. What'd you get? 40?
You disappear from the world. Cool. Bye, Vax.
And actually, talking about Critical Role, Doors was a major conflict for them.
Yeah.
Like, out of all the encounters that they could
Monsters.
have, you probably remember in the show, they had a couple of comments, oh no, not a door, or oh god, we hate doors.
I hate doors.
In the actual campaign, if you watch their actual campaign, they actually faced many more doors than what you saw in the show.
Mhm.
Because there were a bunch of doors that they just kept struggling with.
To the
And they
point
just
that,
couldn't
That's too
get past.
funny.
to the point where later on, a certain character had to take a certain feat just for doors.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's
Or
not
whenever
from
Tyrion Darrington was introduced, and he came to a locked door, and he just said, "Oh, chime of opening."
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I can open every fucking door.
Is that a spell?
It's an item.
It's a
Item?
magical item.
Artificers. They're broken. They're busted. I love them so much.
Artificers. I want that. Can I be that?
Yeah, absolutely. Tasha's Cauldron of Everything came out, and because it came out, they now have official Artificer class instead of just Unearthed Arcana.
I'll send you a couple.
I will have to
golds.
look into that tonight. So Bard, Artificer. These
Oh.
are what I need to research. Halfling.
Yeah.
I'll send you some characters I created that are artificers. You can look at them.
Please and thank you. I will definitely.
Yeah, and so the thing, like, alter your perspective in this way. In D&D, failure does not mean that stuff ends.
yeah, it's not
Like,
the ending.
You don't lose.
Okay.
Like, I mean, if somebody, okay, so especially like with skill checks,
Yeah.
there is a point where I cap it, but if somebody fails a skill check, I will usually allow one more attempt by somebody else with a slightly higher DC.
Okay. No, I just have to, not jump out the window and in front of cars anymore. I'll work on that. I will.
Or do.
I think what you're worried about is I think you're worried you're going to quote unquote make a mistake and your party's going to get mad at you.
Yeah.
Well, your
You
party
don't
is
ha-
there
you-
to have your back.
You don't have to be scared that we gonna be mad at you, Nia, because
You're already
if you
mad
make a
at you
mistake,
now.
we all make mistakes in D&D, so it's
It's
no
true.
problem.
Dude, like even as a DM, like I make so many rules mistakes that I'll have to remember a rule and I'll call it wrong. And then later in that same battle or that same encounter, that same whatever, I will remember the actual rule and I'll stop and say, okay, guys, sorry about this. I remembered this wrong. It worked that way that one time. Going forward, it's going to work like this.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
There are
we'll
times
work
that my
on this.
players make mistakes. They're like, oh, my bad. I didn't realize that spell was a concentration spell. I already had a concentration spell up. I should have lost that fight. I'm sorry. Oh, my bad, man. I should have called it then. It's all good. We'll go past it. Next time, we'll remember.
And this is, I think, something everyone needs to remember, especially new players. Mistakes are going to happen. It's unavoidable. It doesn't matter how well you can come up with the best min-max character you can possibly come up with. You'll still fumble and make mistakes.
Again, I'm right here.
There's a term for whenever players make a character that is immune to failure. Basically, we call it a Mary Sue. And this is the character that's just good at everything. They are a blessed child, so fortunate that it doesn't matter what they do, they just succeed.
Because story.
Mary Sue. Can I create a Mary Sue? Okay, I won't.
I'd really
Okay.
appreciate it if you didn't.
I won't.
I mean, if you make a Mary Sue, I'm just going to throw more dangerous things at you to properly balance it.
Yeah.
No, okay, I won't do that.
You're
I'll-
level
I'll
3?
be-
Yeah, sure, I'll give you a baby beholder.
What?
With the disintegration
Add
ray.
on to the fear. Nancy said, I'm going to me if she fails us. Way to add the pressure. Oh. Okay, we're gonna work on it. We're gonna work on,
But just
facing
understand,
things
Nia, that you're not holding this up by yourself. There's a
Yeah.
whole other party of teammates that are also
Yeah.
making choices and making decisions.
And that's why I'm
They're
like,
not going to get
I
everything
can be
right.
in the cut. I'll be support. In the back, I'll pew pew from the back. I don't. I just don't want to be up front.
Oh, so you're gonna be a warlock.
Nothing
You
wrong
can
with that
come
at
up-
all.
And
That's
you can
why I
come
thought
up with
clerics were
characters
like.
sorry, you go.
No. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say you can make characters like what the character I mentioned earlier, Helper. He's got
Yeah.
like next to no attacks.
Mhm.
Like he's got a couple of things there because you need some attacks. But everything I've designed around this character is to support and bolster the other teammates.
That's
He's
what
a
I
bard.
want.
He does bardic inspirations on the teammates. He helps reinforce their attacks. He helps increase their power of attacks. He does things to put certain disadvantages on the bad guys. He doesn't do much damage, but he can sway a battle significantly with what he can do, despite the fact that he hardly ever actually hits things.
Mm.
It
And that
doesn't
falls
have to
into
be
party
focused on
roles.
attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Is that
generally
something-
speaking, you're going to have somebody in your party that's referred to as the face. That's going to be a character that generally has a high charisma stat. And they're generally going to be the person who does most of your talking to most of your dealings. You don't
Was
have to be the
that-
face.
Was
You're
that
still going to
Vex or
talk to some
Vax?
people. You're going to have
That'd be
NPC
Vexalia.
interactions.
That would be Vex.
Vexalia,
Or
the sister,
Scanlan.
she was the one
Or
that was
Scanlan.
really
Yeah,
good with dealings.
As they say, no one. There is no leader for Vox Machina unless it's Vexalia.
Yeah, that comes from Liam O'Brien himself. Yeah, and generally with D&D, I mean, sometimes, very rarely in my experience, you'll find a party that will appoint a leader. But everybody has their own goals in D&D games. Even outside of the quote-unquote main story. Like, I don't like that term, main story, because, yeah, I'll set out a plot. But, like Supreme mentioned earlier, sometimes that'll just be thrown completely out the window mid-game. Your players, there's a general rule, and I think maybe even I've heard Atomica cite this rule before. If your players come up with something more interesting, run with that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because a lot of times your players will come up with something so off the wall that you have never even considered, but is so perfect. And you don't realize it until the moment it happens. And it sets up so many implications that can then become your main story.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. But so before we start, when we do, was it session 0? That's
Yeah.
with everyone, right?
Yeah, that's with everyone, and that's where I'll lore dump you with a bunch of things, introduce you to the world. We may even start like some basic RP then. It really depends on how the session goes to really get you started into the first like real proper session. I will also decide. We'll decide amongst players and stuff. Do your characters know each other beforehand? Do some of you know each other and some don't? Do some of your backstories sound so like similar enough, and your background was enough that I placed you in the same city? Would y'all potentially know each other, or just maybe know some of the same people? Little things like that to either make your party be connected, or you can do the old trope of everybody starts in tavern and you interact. A thing happens and you're drawn together.
And do we decide who the face is during session 0, or does it just happen?
No,
Yeah.
that will come about naturally during the game.
Yeah, it'll just happen.
That evolves.
Okay. So you can't just
Generally, there's a
be
person
I'm
who
a
wants to
helper.
talk to people. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just asking. So you can't just from session 0 be like, "Hey, I'm gonna be a helper." It just has to.
I mean, you can. Yeah, you can be like, "This is the kind of character I'm looking to play."
Okay.
Session 0. Don't any secrets you want to have from your party? Keep that close to the vest. That'll just be between me and the players.
Got it.
There's a certain type of it's this principle in character creation called knife theory that I adore. And it's you give your DM, when you're making your character, a block of knives for your DM to then choose to cut you with.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's very much true. Like,
Now it sounds terrible, but what that is like, okay, so I'm making a backstory. I've given myself a family, a full-on family. I have parents, I have brothers and sisters, I have 8 of them. Cool. At some point, I'm going to use that against you.
Right.
that's
Now
right.
that may be threatening your family. That may be, you know, somebody's kidnapped all 8 of your siblings and they're going to murder them horribly. What do you do? Or it'll be there's a conflict within your family. You know, your mother does not approve of the lifestyle that you've chosen, and she thinks that you should have stayed at home and that you should have followed in her footsteps and done exactly what she did. So the fact that you went out to go be an adventurer means she's very disappointed in you, and the entire homecoming is just colored by that. Bleh. That's still a knife.
Yeah, my DM did that to me. For my character Winrow, she had a family of she was the youngest twin of 8 siblings, and my DM had it that my DM had it that my character's sister hated her, and that she was working for the big bad evil guy, and that was like, oh, she's just gonna twist that knife a little bit closer, making the plot come hit it a little closer to home.
Yeah.
A knife is anything that you can hand your DM that they can then take to raise the stakes of a situation.
Okay, so I will have no children in this because I know you.
I'm not just gonna murder your family. Like that to me is the laziest knife. It's still a knife. It's the one that I will resort to if my player has not given me anything else interesting to work with.
And you know I won't.
No, we'll work together. Like I ask that my players give me a certain amount of knives. And again, these may never come up in the main story. Your regular old backstory may just be so interesting that I have enough there to work with.
Yeah.
But if you have knives, then I can take those, and any situation that we put in, you know, it's there's the evil person who is holed up in a mine and nobody can get in that mine. And also, that's in the area where you grew up, and one of your siblings was a miner, and now you don't know what's happened to them. You have to go back to, you know, where you came from to figure out what's happening to them. Is your sibling safe? Are they not safe? Have they joined up with the miner? You know, what's going on? Anything I can use to make that situation a little bit more personal for my player to get them invested more.
The goal is to
it doesn't always result in danger. Again, it can be your players, your character's skills as a cleric are highly sought after. This one person that you interacted with they sent you a letter, they're calling you, they need you to come here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The goal isn't to hurt you. It's just to make you feel comfortable. So it's really what it is to get you out of your comfort zone as a player and as a character also.
Yeah. I'll be good. I'm looking up Artificer now, so I can be ready. Be ready for this.
I litter drugs throughout my world to test my players. Are you going to partake in this drug? Are you going to partake in this drug often? Roll a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah. I mean, luckily we do have space who would be willing to do almost anything. So, you know, that'll keep
things. It's all about
drug wise?
No. I just mean in the game, you're usually willing to take the risk when I'm like, eh.
Oh, Ray needs to get it back in, by the way.
Right. Oh, hold up. There we go. Sorry, I lost you. Can you hear us? Not sure. But I know it's late. I didn't even realize it was 1 a.m.
Yeah, my bad. This has gotten pretty...
I'm back again.
Pretty long.
It's easy to talk about D&D for hours, though.
Yes, it is.
Oh, absolutely.
Hello.
We
We
can
can hear.
hear you. Sorry, I didn't realize.
About those knives, Smash.
Yes.
Yeah, I was about planning to implement them for you.
What?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and again, the knives, it's a metaphor. They're
I
not
don't
always
know
going to be
how
used to
yet
hurt
or
you.
with
They're just
what,
going to be
but
used to make your character more invested in the story.
yeah, that's good.
Like your character has a goal. That goal is in and of itself a knife. Because, I want to be back to the blacksmith. I want to be the best blacksmith in the world. Oh no, but my dog took my favorite forge hammer because I have a dog because I'm that same blacksmith from earlier.
Right.
My dog has
I
ran
was
off with my
more
forge hammer.
I
I
was
don't have my
more
forge hammer. I
thinking
can't become the best
about
blacksmith in the world.
something.
Got to get that forge hammer back.
I was thinking about something vampiric.
Ooh.
All right. Yeah, it's doable, especially with the Ravenloft guide where it's got Dampier and stuff.
Mhm.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they've opened up player races to expand even the things like undead and half vampires and ghouls.
Mm.
But I will bring all that up tomorrow or the day after tomorrow or something like that because I go to bed now.
Okay.
I just want to return for a little second to tell you I want those 8 knives implemented for me
8.
Jeez.
Go
in
for it.
some ways.
Oh wow.
It's a whole
Yeah,
game
and that's the
right
thing too. Your DM may not get to all the knives. They may not get to any of the
Yeah.
knives. It's whatever
Yeah,
makes the most
6,
sense in that
8,
situation.
5, I'll find.
Sounds good. And with the when you said half vampire, so are the vampires immortal? Like
There's
can you
okay, in
die?
D&D, there's actually different types of vampires that come about in different ways. And it depends on the type of vampire someone is as to the abilities that they get and whether or not
Mm.
they're immortal. Someone
Which
that's a
one's
Dampier,
immortal?
a Dampier is the player character vampire that you can play.
Oh.
Realistically, that depends on the dungeon master as to whether or not they're immortal.
Mm.
I don't think there is an age cap put in the D&D race list for the Dampier. So they could very much be immortal in the sense of they don't age.
Ah, gotcha.
But that would be dependent on your dungeon master.
Yeah.
Is
But,
that like the monk?
No.
I mean, so the monk slows down the aging in terms of looks,
Slows it down.
but
Okay.
they still age. They don't suffer the wear and
Druids
tear
too.
of aging, but they'll still die of old
Druids
age.
too.
Yeah, I was
Druids
trying
actually
to,
do extend their
to
lifespan.
type in the chat about those knives, but when I leave here and try to chat with Smash, then I'm gone here. So that's why I left. I was trying to chat with Smash about this, but then I left here,
Probably
so I can't
best
do
to
that.
do it on Discord.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And
Yeah.
there was something else that I was going to bring up that was really important, but I can't remember what it
Druid,
was.
Vampire.
No, it was
No.
before all this.
Before knives.
Oh, I won't remember it. But yeah, whenever it comes down to character creation, the takeaway that you want from this is that you can essentially play what you want to play.
Yeah.
A lot of things that your characters make even inform the world that you build as the dungeon master. For instance, I now know that in the world that I'm creating, vampires are a thing, which is exciting.
Oops, all vampires.
Let me see if
Which
I
means
can
on the
show
flip
my
side,
screen.
it also adds another monster that he can throw at you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
You
Yeah, like
always
some
know that as
vampires
a
in
player.
D&D, like vampire monsters, if you kill them, they will just turn into mist and then reform in their coffin.
Mm-hmm.
How do I do this? Chrome tab. There we go. I'm trying to share your character screen that you shared with me.
Oh, the artificer?
Yeah. If I can. Not Hermione Granger's character sheet. That's the one.
All right, so not Hermione Granger. All right.
Okay, so not. Oh my God, is that what I want to be, Hermione?
So I do a lot of character building, like based on actual characters from like fiction.
Yeah, I got most of MCU myself.
Yeah, like, and this was my attempt to make Hermione in like D&D.
Dexterity.
I mean, you're a wizard. You don't really need it. You'll have spells around it also to get your dexterity up, like mage armor or stone skin or bark skin.
Oh, charisma is pretty high.
Yeah, because she's a charisma caster. So sorcerer first, artificer second. That's why her intelligence and her charisma is so high. Although I think honestly, it kind of should be reversed. It should be intelligence first, charisma second, because Hermione was not people-ly.
Yeah, she's more book smart.
Yeah.
But this is just me playing around. But the cool thing about artificers is that artificers can make infusions, and they have infusions that can pretty much do anything. So if you look under her inventory, I actually pick her infusions.
Let me go down. Director asks, "Is this roll 20?" This is D&D Beyond, right?
Yeah,
correct. Yes.
D&D Beyond.
Where do you find
So if you go to inventory,
Oh,
the third tab there, and then infusions should be the fifth tab.
fusions?
Yes. So I gave her an orb of time, which is kind of like her time turner.
Oh gosh, I almost broke this chair out of excitement. Okay.
Enhanced arcane focus, which is makes her spells hit a little bit harder. Cloak of many fashions. It's a cloak that cannot be armor, but will always change. So like her Hogwarts clothing, like her robes and things like that. Hat of wizardry, and a wand sheath where it just holds her wand and it just pops up. So you can do quote unquote cast.
Doesn't she have also that bag?
Yeah, she does have a bag of holding also, or something equivalent to it. I didn't put on here.
Okay. I know Smash is like, if you have that, then he's gonna like put some sort of, to balance it out, do something. Can't remember what.
Not necessarily.
No, I mean, bag of holding for magic items is like the least offensive one you can have.
Yeah.
Unless you have two of them, then shenanigans can happen.
We're not gonna.
There's this fun thing that you can do if you take any sort of like dimensional magic item and put it inside of another dimensional magical item.
Oh yeah,
it causes a massive explosion, tears a hole into a random place in the astral sea, and sucks you in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Assuming that it doesn't kill you.
Okay. Yeah.
You go to where all the lost scenes are.
We won't do that.
Or you could and kill a monster.
Now, a fun thing about that fact, so I know that there's that fact of everything in the bag of holdings at that point in time gets thrown into the sea.
Mm-hmm.
And with the recent release of the Space D&D, one of the places you can actually sail is in that very sea.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to be making it, because I'm about to run a short campaign for a few friends of mine based in that world. And I'm going to make it that there's a very slim chance encounter where they can just come across random items in that very sea that has been lost there due to such circumstances arising. But it's going to be dangerous because they're going to be flying at very high speeds.
Oh, wow. But you can find any, so you don't have to leave with stuff, but you can still pick up random stuff in the sea.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, if things have been lost to that sea, I don't see why someone sailing that place wouldn't find it.
Yeah.
Like chaff.
It would just be a very slim chance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's I've toyed with the concept of making like a campaign of people who've gotten lost in the astral sea and had to find their way out, but it's super complicated.
Oh, I had an idea. Gilligan's Island in the astral sea.
Oh my god.
You could do things like that because one of the rules of the astral sea that I've read up on is the fact that you don't age there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Time doesn't take place.
Oh, cool. So I can just be floating forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
But because time has no meaning there, you could be floating there forever. Like, you could be floating in the astral sea for like 10,000 years, and you finally find a way out. But for you only felt like you were there for like 5 minutes. because time has no meaning.
Doesn't, yeah. So it's like in Itachi's thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
I will keep cutting you like this for the next 72
Oh.
hours. Just like one of the most badass things anybody has ever said in the existence of ever.
It's yeah. I will keep my mouth shut though, because he's still a kid in this, right? Yeah. At least where I'm at.
Oh, mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
Right?
mhm,
Yeah. Okay.
mhm.
Nia, I think
Yeah.
one rule you should know about D&D.
Uh-huh.
There's a very important rule for all players.
Okay.
You don't give your dungeon master IDs.
Oh.
Or
See, this
or-
is what I'm saying. I can't be doing this. I can't be doing this with Smash in the
That is-
stream.
Yeah, that's like one of the
Setting
worst things
myself
any
up.
player can do. Or best. It can be used quite well.
Oh, I'm giving him
But
plenty
it
of
can
knives.
be used
Plenty.
against you.
Yeah,
Plenty
anything
of
you
knives.
say in a D&D
Anything
campaign
you say
can
can
and
be
will be
used
used
against you. Remember that.
Well, just like don't be a boring character, and I won't feel like it's necessary to shake things up.
Okay, so I should be chaotic, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Cause too much chaos that you don't know what to do with me. That you
You're
just
keeping him busy.
okay. Oh,
There's
is that what my toddler does? Oh,
That's yeah.
oh my
Yeah,
god.
a little bit.
There is no such thing as too much chaos.
But that's the
Mm.
thing.
Hey,
is
and
like
Nia, and if you are gun ho and gunsling and fighting and whatever, then I don't have to step up.
You don't have to kill me. Okay, noted.
No, I won't kill you. Then I
Well,
won't have
you-
to step up at fighting because
Oh,
you
oh,
are
oh.
doing it.
I mean, but that's not my. I'm not a fighter. I was a cleric. This was a heal.
dude, you think clerics aren't fighters?
Clerics can make one of the most badass fighters in the game.
Clerics are like, especially like a war cleric. It's just
Yeah.
disgusting.
Oh yeah, heavy armor proficiency, maces, warhammers.
Guided strike, which gives you a +10 on your attacks to hit things, which means you're gonna hit things more often.
Okay.
Sure.
War
So
God's
I will
blessing, which
not
makes
be-
everybody else able to hit things better.
Yeah.
Is an artificer.
You can
class?
literally, you have a spell called Earthquake
Ooh, I didn't know that.
and Firestorm.
Or you know what you could play also would be good for you? A paladin, perhaps also.
No, that's more
Paladin
fighting,
would-
right?
That is fighting, yeah.
Fighting, yes, but
Also buffing.
buffing. A lot
What's
of
buffing?
buffing is when you increase a player's abilities or stats.
Oh.
At certain levels, paladins get a radiant aura, which gives them a +X based on their charisma to all players around them or all allies around them on all their saving throws and all. And
Oh.
certain paladins get certain abilities also, like Abjure Enemy, or you can do Vow of Enmity if you're a
I
Vengeance
try to
paladin.
make a smoke, and after that they go to bed.
Okay.
All right, great. But even like look at like a class like a warlock.
Mm-hmm.
Just depending on what subclass I choose as a warlock, I play a lot of warlocks. I love them. Just depending on what I choose as a warlock, I'm going to play completely differently. If I choose to play a Hexblade warlock, I'm going to be down there in the melee, fucking shit up. If I choose to play a Great Old One warlock, I'm going to be messing with people's minds, staying in the background, just doing my hexes, my eldritch blasts. Or if I'm playing the warlock like I'm playing in the game I'm playing now, I have no combat usefulness whatsoever. I took Pact of the Chain. I have a familiar.
Support, yeah.
And I'm a genie warlock. So I just get inside my ring. My familiar flies over to places, throws my ring inside the window, and I pop out. I'm your infiltrator, baby.
Like with the one shot that smashed it into the Viper's Nest. Leo was a bard warlock.
Leo, that's it, Mr. Leo.
By the way, Nia, do you gonna upload this to YouTube too?
The stream?
Yeah.
It is streaming currently on YouTube.
Yeah, but do you gonna upload it too?
If I will keep it up, I'm not sure. It depends.
Might as well. Long content, free views.
Hey,
Yeah.
Ad revenue.
Yeah, as long as you know.
I don't know how long you keep going. What else? I miss some stuff, huh?
Gotcha.
Because I go to bed soon.
Gotcha. I will keep it up. And if anything, I can always keep it unlisted. I think the last stream I had to take it down because I was playing the music and that got hit like
Yeah.
a whole bunch. I had like 10 emails. I was like, copyright, because they played a whole bunch of different songs. So yeah. But I'll keep this one up.
Well, good thing is you don't have any music this time.
Yeah. Very
Yeah.
true. And nothing sus that I put on the screen. So I think that this one's good. I'm pretty impressed. I didn't know, director, that you knew so much about like D&D that you can even recognize that it wasn't Roll20. This all looks the same.
And that's
to
the thing
me.
too, is you find so many people that really want to play D&D, and either they just don't have an opportunity to, can't find a game. And that's what, that's why I love things like Roll20 or RPG Table Finder, all sorts of places that have looking for group functions where you can jump into a D&D game with strangers across the world and play.
Right. Yeah, it just seemed really like complicated it still is very complicated, but you guys are very nice and, accommodating and dumbing it down.
I like being accommodating to new players because I like watching people fall in love with the game.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, that's that part.
Like even, the first one shot that we did, I spent like half of that time just, okay, you're going to roll this, click on this, go here, do this. And that's not a problem.
Yeah. And director said, I told you I've been trying to play, but it's been gatekeeped / no time. Which I understand the no time part because you guys put out like 20 videos a week. So
I understand the gatekeeping portion.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't like gatekeepers, but unfortunately
they exist, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I was very
you
lucky.
Want to play this game just because you watch Critical Role? Ugh. Don't want you in my game. I've played with people like that.
Don't be like that.
Really?
Yeah.
Didn't play with them for long.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I really was really lucky then because I was like, oh, this is so cool. Vox Machina was fun. You guys want to play? Yeah. And that was like pretty much it.
Dude, what D&D needs is more players. More players, more games.
Yeah.
Because especially like late 80s, early 90s, D&D, you didn't talk about it. There's a thing called a satanic panic, which was a very dark time in D&D where a bunch of those do-gooder groups like Mad Mothers Against Drunk Driving that have a really good purpose but go about it in the complete wrong way and end up doing a lot more harm than good. There was a group like that saw Dungeons and Dragons and were like, oh, people meeting around and being wizards, it's the devil.
They even made a movie about it.
Yes.
Even
Tom
made
Hanks,
a movie.
right?
Tom Hanks, Mazes and Monsters.
What?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Do I need to watch that?
No, you do not need to watch it.
Okay.
It is.
It's not great.
It's not good.
Yeah, people taking their RPG games so seriously that they can't distinguish real life from fiction and murder their friends.
It's based, quote unquote, based on a real life story.
Really?
Yes, about a boy at that time who now realized that he had actually dissociative identity disorder or schizophrenia, and they were like, "Oh, he plays D&D, so it must be D&D's fault." Not realizing that he also had poor mental health also.
It's the whole thing about parents don't want to take responsibility for everything, so they blame it on some form of media.
Yeah. Like it was for video games for quite a long time in the last couple of decades.
Anyway, guys, I go to bed.
All right, Ray.
Much love, Ray.
We'll catch you tomorrow.
Ray.
Good night.
Good night.
But whenever I look at D&D, I like in D&D, I have been a leader on a battlefield, directing soldiers next to, the people at arms beside me, facing desperate struggles and desperate battles. I have ran a small business. I have seduced a dragon.
Oh.
I have lived so many lives and done so many incredible, amazing things that I've shared with so many different people.
Mm.
Yeah.
And it's the most fulfilling creative outlet I have ever had.
Interesting.
Because, I mean, with D&D, we talk about, playing it safe and not playing it safe. Whenever I'm experiencing a story, I want to experience those emotions. I want to know what drives my character. If somebody is being evil, I want to care. I want it to matter to me. If I am doing something good, if I am doing something that I feel disappointing to the people around me, I want to feel that. Because it's that bit of stepping outside of your comfort zone, a step in the direction of being uncomfortable. Whenever you can willingly walk towards the experience of being uncomfortable, you have something special. Because I can get through this uncomfortable moment, this uncomfortable hour and a half stretch of time where I'm on edge. I don't know what's going to happen next.
4 hours.
My experiences and my actions are affecting everyone around me. Why am I doing this? Because of what's on the other side of it.
Yep.
100%. 100%.
Whatever that may be, for good or for ill. It's finding out what happens next. It's taking actions that influence what happens next and seeing the results of my actions always in a very real way.
Yeah. I mean,
that's what D&D is to me. It's magic.
Yeah. There are sessions where I have left the table crying my eyes out because of what happened at the table. Good things or bad things, That's really how impactful this game is sometimes, and how important it is that you play it.
Wow.
It is one thing that I can say with complete certainty that as much as you put into it, you will get back out of it.
Especially if you have yourself a good group that you're playing with.
Yeah. It hasn't. I'm not gonna lie though, in my head, I've jumped out the window like 10 times when you kept saying like you have to face it. I'm like, nope. Good or bad.
That's the thing though. You don't always have to face it. But the thing is, whenever you jump out that window, it's not gonna end there. All right, cool. You jumped out the window. What's happening next?
He created a new identity and got married to new people, right?
You're like, no, like you ran away, right? Okay, sure. Well, what else happens now? The game is
all right. Your party's in there now. They're fighting the thing you just ran away from. You're running in the other direction. What are you doing? You keeping going? Okay, cool.
The game doesn't end.
Yeah.
And that's the thing too. Is sometimes characters will reach a natural progression in the story where their story is done. And like that's okay. In that instance, feel free to say, guys, I'm done. I'm out. And if you, the player, choose that you're done and you're out, okay, that's fine. Sucks. We'll miss you. But if your character is done and you, the player, are not done, come back next session with a new character. Just because that character story is done doesn't mean you have to be done with the game. It just means it starts to feel icky whenever you push a character past their natural stopping point and you have to constantly ask your character the question, why am I still doing this?
Oh, dang.
Isn't that life? That's just life, man.
I know. That's what
That
I'm
is
like, man,
life.
this is too real.
But I mean,
like,
life we have to stick with. D&D, we can become a brand new person.
I think partly what Smash is getting at, though, as well, is like, so I have played a character that does question why he's with the group. Now, that was actually part of his backstory, is he's trying to find his way in life. And that's part of what his growth is. There is that, which is, yes, as part of life, as we've all just discussed. But there is also the, okay, I went out to find out what happened to my parents because they went missing when I was 10. I've now found them. They ended up being lost somewhere, but they've got a new life. I found them. I'm reconnecting with them. But let's continue on with this.
Right.
Yeah, adventuring. At that point, why would your character keep adventuring if they've found
Yeah.
what they were looking for.
Mhm.
That's
Is
kind of what
this-
Smash was getting at there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, isn't there always like a greater plot
Good.
point going on or something, or a greater evil to be fought, or it was just like a side quest? No, I don't know.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but that
so
doesn't.
that doesn't necessarily.
There's
come
other
into
people
play with
that'll
all
handle it.
characters, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like we told you before. Like remember, like I said before, like my character goals are important to me, right? If I meet my character goals, that character can retire. That character can stop. They can get example. I'll use
Yes.
with my character, my paladin Winrow. It came a point to the story where she found her long lost father. So when she got him back, she stopped adventuring for a little bit. I stopped playing that character. I made a new character,
Oh.
and she was going to stay with her family for a little bit while she learned how to reconnect with her celestial roots. And then when enough time had passed in game for her to come back, I picked her up again.
Yeah.
Yeah, your character can walk away and come back. And just because your character finished their personal goals, that doesn't mean they won't find something else that is important to them. Like Space
Right.
was saying, bigger evil, bigger thing. That's affecting the people around me that I've grown to love on this adventuring journey. Yeah, I'm going to stick around because now they matter to me.
Yeah.
But then there.
Oh, and I
there's
remembered
still-
the thing. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, yeah, with that, then there's still that drive to be with the party, because your drive initiated as you're looking for your parents, but now after that long adventure with these people, they've become such a family to you as well that you
Right.
find your family, and that's all well and great, and you want to take care of them, but you want to take care of your new family you bonded with on the way, and that
Exactly,
becomes
yep.
your new focus point for the adventuring is
Mhm.
now to look after this new group that you've come across.
Exactly, yes.
Right.
So you still have that focus. It's just shifted.
Yeah.
I remembered the thing from way back whenever Supreme was talking about sometimes you make a character that you can't quite connect with. Okay, so I'm a DM, so I constantly talk to myself anyway. Just either
You would
trying to
make a
come up
great
with new
streamer.
voices,
Mood.
or talking about trying to like pre-plan a speech or something. Because sometimes I'll plan like a small speech that I'll give and whatever.
Wow.
What I'll do if I'm having trouble connecting with a character, or even if I'm connecting with a character fine, and I'm just trying to figure out more about them, I will have conversations as myself with that character.
Yep.
So, hey, how you doing? Oh, well, today it's been a hard day in the mine. It's really difficult to got a new foreman. It's oh, really? How's that going? Are you liking him? Well, no, not really too much. He's really, really just hard to deal with. Well, why is he hard to deal with? Well, he doesn't give us lunch breaks. And just these long, drawn out conversations about nothing with that character, because then I know what their personality is like. So I have an inkling of how they might respond, but I'm practicing shifting my focus between myself and them. So I know them better. So I know how they'll respond in conversations, which then makes it easier to converse as them.
Wow. It is like improv. Oh my goodness.
No, it is exactly improv. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a lot of improv, especially from a dungeon master's point of view. There is so much improv.
Jeez. I'm gonna have to work on it. Hopefully, you know what? I'm probably gonna end up just like finding a character from like a movie or something, so I have like a point of reference that I can always go back to.
Yeah, like I said, there's
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, there's nothing
That
wrong
makes
with
it a lot
Just to
easier,
start.
especially for newer players to get into it, is to find a character that you connect with. It could even be Pike. I mean, we all know you love Pike. So you could actually come up and like make your own version of Pike. There'd be nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, starts at, because even if you start out with like even just like a pre-made character generated character, you can then take that character, and the more you're embodying them, the more you're going to put more of yourself into them, and that character is going to become something completely different than what you originally started with.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I don't know now. Now I'm gonna have to like go through all of like Atomica's character lists, because I think I still have that on Discord somewhere.
Yeah, find what inspires you.
Yeah.
Find what you really love, and then tell stories in that. I mean, you can basically make your D&D experience a fan fiction if you wanted to.
Right? I'm like, do I want to pick Rock Lee? Like, I'm trying to think
I mean,
of who my
look at
favorite Naruto.
Keyleth of the Arashari. She is so heavily influenced by Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Right.
But if you look at Keyleth and you look at Aang, they are completely different people.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I said before, tropes exist for a reason, and like, you know, that especially with like Keyleth, that she embodies that like Campbellian monomyth of like the hero's journey, right? You know, running from the call to the acceptance of the call to the greater purpose to the struggle of the triumph, the juxtaposition of triumph over evil. Like that is literally Keyleth's journey, right?
Right.
You can look
And
at
yet she can still do beautiful things like the Keyfish moment.
spoilers, but yeah, she is so different from she is so her own character by using those tropes and those trappings.
Right. Okay. Yeah,
And that's the thing too, is like what I was talking about, player conflict, is Keyleth is a prime example of it. She spent so much time being the quote unquote wet blanket of Vox Machina. She was a lot of times their moral compass when they didn't want a moral compass. They were like, no, we have to go and we have to do this thing. And Keyleth is, but the moral implications of this thing, and moral implications. And then the chat crucified Keyleth.
Oh.
And then Critical Role stopped featuring the chat on streams.
Oh.
The chat was so mean to Keyleth and Marisha by extension. God.
Dang.
But yeah, like player conflict, from those moments came some of the best conversations, even some of the best comedy. You know, like Keyleth getting white girl drunk all the time was a huge flaw for her, but was so entertaining to watch and was so joyous for a lot of the other players at the table.
Yeah, I'll look into it. I don't know if I want to play a male or a female, so I'm gonna have to like really think about that because I can't do any male voices.
You don't have to do a voice,
dude. If you want to force yourself to role play a male.
Yeah, so I was like, I need something that will really like that I can remove myself from and just be that thing. But so that's why I'm like a male that's like very like Itachi, maybe, but.
Oh, edgy. Got it. Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Hair flip. Hey guys, on.
Itachi is just a sausage casing for crows.
Is it what?
Well, shut up.
Itachi is a sausage casing for crows.
Oh God. Oh.
I haven't seen past.
Yeah, but you've seen the Tsukiyomi. There were crows in the Tsukiyomi.
Yeah. Such a deep cut reference. I hate it.
Whenever Itachi just like leaves and there's just crows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So he's a sausage casing full of crows. He's just full of crows. That is my theory about Itachi.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I really don't know anything else about him aside from that. So.
No, I'm very aware of where you are in Naruto. I will not be dropping any spoilers.
Oh, you want to learn? You want to learn?
I'm gonna learn.
Oh yeah, you definitely gonna learn.
Okay, but yeah, so I don't know. I'll think about it. Either I'll be a male or.
Yeah, and again, a lot of like whenever you are making your backstory, a lot of who your character is going to be informed by that backstory.
Or then again, you know, I want chaos, right? So I might end up being Jane. Maybe that's who I need.
That would be beautiful.
Oh God. Gonna run in and shoot first. Ask a question later.
Yeah.
Have me either be a fighter or a barbarian. Jane. With the folk hero background.
Should I bring the grenades? Sure, grenades.
I think barbarian. And
you could also play something like Black Widow.
Yeah. Oh, I'm built for that too.
Black Widow.
I've built Black Widow
in
my
here.
character sheets.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you drop
Monk
them on
fighter?
Monk rogue. I did mine.
Monk rogue, yeah, that works. Yeah.
I think I did like a level or 2 dip in monk just to get the unarmed fighting and one thing, and that was it.
I adore monk. I think it's an amazing class, and most of the D&D community does not agree with me.
They love.
I love monks.
They love the
Monks
shit
are
on monk for
fun.
no reason. It makes no sense.
The first time I ever played a monk, my DM didn't limit your flurry of blows. Like, he's like, you got key points, fine, just keep blowing them. I'll give you another flurry of blows. So it's like, okay. It was just for one shot. It was the only time I ever played a monk, and literally took down his BBEG in one turn.
How many bonus actions do you want? All of them? Sure.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you're gonna literally, and like, I didn't want to be rude, but I'm like, you know, I can only do the flurry of blows once. He's like, you still got key points, go for it. Okay, can I use all of them? Yes. Cool, stunning strike.
I might do that a monk, and then I age slowly, right, with a monk.
In higher levels, yeah. Eventually.
Oh, in higher level.
I think that's only at level 18 or
so
18 or 20 they get it. 18.
Oh, so I got a long way to go.
But so the whole long life thing that a lot of the classes and races can get, don't focus too much on that, because quite often that doesn't come into play in game.
Right.
True.
It's not a mechanic. It's not a mechanic. It's just a ribbon text for it.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a fun thing in terms of, especially something like what Smash has with an ongoing world. If you actually get up to those kinds of levels, and then like a couple of centuries pass, your character can still come back into it because they've got it.
Right.
In terms of that, it's kind of cool, but that's all it really is, and it only works when there is an ongoing world. I've always
it makes
loved
fun uses to make NPCs. To bring back old player characters and make them NPCs who are now established in the world after their adventure has ended.
Yeah, and it's yeah, like I always loved druids for the same kind of thing, because they actually get, I think their thing is their lifespan increases tenfold.
Yes.
So they
it's 1 year per every 10.
Yeah. So they still age, but it takes 10 times longer to age over the same period of time. So, especially for an elf playing a druid, their 700 years life turns into thousands of years.
Yeah.
But
I keep thinking I'm going to be one thing. You throw in other stuff, and I'm like, oh wait.
Yeah, dude, like every class has something beautiful about it. Not just with their mechanics, but with the story. Like, I mean, again, I'm going to cite Warlock. Just by playing a Warlock, you have a story.
Yeah.
Because Warlocks, their powers come from a patron of some sort of higher level being that just bestows them power. But then, like, why is that being just going to bestow them power? What is their pact? What does their pact mean? What is the real plan of this creature, and what are they trying to use you for? The story's baked into the class.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So from all of your character sheets that you have like inspired from like Marvel or whatever characters, who do you have that is a bard?
Stephen
Colbert.
You want an alphabetical order? Or you want
Stephen Colbert.
Yeah.
You have him as a D&D character?
Mm-hmm.
That is awesome.
Yeah, him, the actual man, not his D&D character that he played.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't have a bard that's based on a character myself.
I have
Bob Worldbuilder, who is another D&D YouTuber, has one of my favorite characters ever made, an Aarakocra bard called Barty McFly.
Nice.
Barty.
Snow White, Sailor Moon, Green Power Ranger,
Sailor Moon,
Beauty from Beauty and the Beast, Phoenix Wright from the video games.
As a bard?
Yeah. Eloquence.
Yeah, okay. Objection. Yeah, all right. I can see that. The cutting words.
Yep, counter words or counterspell.
Yeah. Ooh, good.
Kyle Rayner, Green Lantern, Captain America. I made Captain America a bard also.
Captain America.
I made him a monk.
I made him a bard fighter, swords bard, Eldritch Knight.
He was a propaganda tool, so that makes perfect sense.
Riku from Kingdom Hearts is a hexblade fighter.
Riku, right here. Edgyton.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can see why I gravitate towards him.
Sora. I am the one, Sora.
Who else?
Sailor Moon,
Who's a
alright.
bard who I can think of just out of fiction?
Michigan J. Frog.
Huh?
Oh, I just thought of a bard I want to make.
Keep be
Robin
Wayman
Williams.
from everywhere. He's a bard.
He's a bard, yes.
Waymond? I can do Waymond. I think I could do Waymond.
Sailor Venus.
Yeah, because like with bards, so the cool thing about like the different spellcasting modifiers, charisma casters are great because, like I was saying earlier, charisma is your force of will, your force of personality, and your confidence. So like bards, their magic comes from music. I mean, it doesn't have to be music. Again, you can streamline it however you want. You can flavor it whatever flavor you want it to be. But the breakdown character class from the book, your spells come from music. So that's why, like, I'm sure somebody sent you like a list of Scanlan songs where Sam is just sitting there rewording popular music as every single one of his bard spells. That's something you can do. I have known a person who played a bard who just did interpretive dance.
Dance? I can get with dance.
I had a
You
slam
can
poetry.
literally sit there and play the bongos, and it be your
Bongos?
spells.
Cool.
I had a slam
Actually-
poet bard.
I heard of a bard character that someone had made up where their whole thing was they were a father. And there was no tragic backstory behind it. They had a family. They raised a family on a farm. The son was old enough to take over the farm. They decided to go out adventuring. And that's what it was. Like, they're a father. They've decided to go out adventuring just to experience the world. So there's no tragic backstory behind him at all. But his bardic trait, rather than being song or dance or anything like that, was telling stories.
Mm.
He would always tell his kids stories, nighttime stories, growing up and stuff like that, and he became proficient in storytelling, and that was his bardic thing, is that he could tell stories like a father. And that was his whole thing. He became the father of the group.
Dad jokes. The bard.
Dad jokes.
Mysterio from Spider-Man is a bard.
Actually, he'd be an illusion wizard.
Lizard?
Wizard.
You're right.
Lizard.
Yeah, I was just sitting there thinking, and I'm just like,
Who could be a bard?
He could still be a bard that's multi-classed into
Illusion wizard, yeah.
artificer.
Yeah, for
Yes,
magical
that could
tinkering.
work. But I think illusion wizard is a much better fit.
It depends on. It depends.
Alan
on
does so much better at this than me. I'm gonna find one. Um,
I do this for a living, so this is why I'm like, all right.
the Doctor? No, he's a
Yes.
wizard.
No, he's a bard.
Which doctor?
Oh, okay. The Doctor.
The Doctor.
Doctor Who Doctor.
Oh.
He is
I
the
didn't even think of him.
he's the definition of an eloquence bard.
Of a who bard?
Eloquence bard.
Eloquent.
There's a bard class from the Magic the Gathering section, Mystic Odyssey of Theros, where they use their words in profound and eloquent ways, and they give a lot of speeches, and that's very much what the Doctor does. The Doctor just talks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of his fights are won with his words.
Mhm.
I would
Talking
give
to-
Errol Flynn a College of Swords bard.
Absolutely, yes.
Directing us, I'm tapping out. I know I'm falling asleep too now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we should probably wrap this up.
All right.
Thank you for dropping by.
Yeah, thanks for dropping
And yeah,
by.
definitely looking forward for at least a one shot, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for
I
the
know,
chat,
like
guys. It's been a
Supreme is
lot
like,
of fun.
oh, this day is just starting out for me. Meanwhile.
It's starting to get a bit late. It's like 3:40 in the afternoon now for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god, we've been here forever.
Yeah, we started at 11:30 in the morning for me, so a couple of hours.
Oh,
All right,
why
but
do I
yeah,
think
this
it
would be
started
a good
lot
place to
earlier
wrap
for
it up.
you? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So yeah,
thanks.
that was character creation and nothing else.
Nothing else.
Lots
We
of
definitely
side
stayed on
quests.
point the whole time, just
Mhm.
like every D&D campaign ever.
Never
Yeah.
meandered once. Nope.
Oh my god.
No, but I do
Yeah.
like this format. I like the informal kind of like
Yeah.
round table discussion where we get a whole bunch of different perspectives, not only from new players, but from experienced players, DMs, and really talk about all aspects of D&D. I like having a topic that we do jump back to, but the tangents are absolutely fantastic. I like
Yeah.
formats where it's like conversations between friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot
And
more fun.
before we go, make sure you also subscribe to Director Nasty's. He has 2 channels. He has a reaction channel, a vlog channel, and then of course your boy Rock Lee's channel. So make sure you check all of them out. Hopefully you checked out FWCI and Patrick Stewart. And anyone else drop in that I'm missing? Nah. My brain's like shutting down, so I'm sorry, y'all.
Check out
My
Rabbit Dog
coffee's
too, just
out.
because she's awesome. I don't think she has
I
media and stuff that she
know.
does, but check her out because she's awesome.
But I'm sure she has to. Can we pester her to see if she does? Because, like, how does she
During
not?
our first Lasers and Feelings game, she was a gift. A gift.
She mentioned like she played for what e-games, right? Like, didn't she compete or shoot
I
something?
think so. I'm pretty sure she said
Like,
that.
I know she has to have something.
I'll bug her later.
Either for Overwatch
Yeah,
or for
bug
League.
her.
One or the other.
You got to find out because she's living like a double, triple life, and we're only seeing.
She
Like, a
played
little
Scrappy
bit of her.
Boltish,
Yeah.
the automaton ship's engineer who ended up hooking up with the computer.
Yeah.
And it was one of those, like, y'all know as DMs where y'all been in situations where you've been playing with new people and you get to a topic where you're like, I'm not sure how people are going to react to this. I'm leaving this in the player's hand.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to be here and yes, and the player. And she went for it.
There were cigarettes smoked after the fact, you know?
Yes. With the ship's AI.
Yeah.
Oh baby, oh baby, oh baby.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and this is a great, wonderful RP moment where I can introduce the concept of red cards to people.
Hold up.
What's a red card? Is that when you say stop?
It's any sort of signifier that you can throw up to your DM to say, I am uncomfortable with this content.
Oh, we were all like, ooh, what's going to happen next?
Yeah, they were just in rapt attention.
And then you like,
as I'm awkwardly
computer.
navigating this scene.
This is juicy. Where's the tea at for this? Oh my god.
Yeah, he killed off the AI though, and then it turned into a zombie that like tried to kill us.
You monster.
Yeah, and then Scrappy absorbed the ship's AI. See, you played in a campaign. Just because it's a one-page RPG does not mean that we didn't have an interconnected campaign.
But you
like there were even actions that you did in the first session that didn't come back to bite you in the ass until the fourth one.
Yeah, very
That's
true.
a campaign.
Yeah. You packaged it as a one shot, you know, so we felt no pressure in our actions.
Well, no, I was just like, we're playing Lasers and Feelings again. Y'all were like, all right, cool, we're the same characters.
Well,
Yeah.
Remember what happened last time? I'm like, all right, I guess we're continuing on. Cool.
As far as pressure, like after Nia killed the captain, she like hid in her room for like she just played like a cat in her room for several turns. No.
Yeah, see, this is how we started off. They started off by having the backstory was like killed. No, that wasn't the backstory.
No,
I
you
did
did it.
I totally did
No,
it. Do you see how in my
Scrappy
head
was
I tried
trying
like,
to frame you.
But I was a doctor and I ended up killing
Oh,
somebody.
nice Hippocratic oath. Good job.
Yeah, I didn't mean to. It was an
she was trying to use
accident.
the nanomachines to heal the doctor. I mean, to heal the captain. But she rolled a critical fail for all 3 of her dice in the thing, the thing she was supposed to be good at. So I'm like, okay, yeah, you do use the nanomachines, but you program them poorly, and they do start to eat away like the dead flesh, but they start eating away everything else. So it was just like his replacement hip and his fillings that were left.
And then like I fell
Oh.
on him too, right? After that.
Yeah.
His liver or something, right? Remained.
That was so bad.
Something cancerous.
Oh no, that's what it was. That's what it was. They switched so they were only eating the healthy cells instead of the unhealthy cells. So his cirrhosis liver was fine.
So do no harm turned into do all the harm. Got it. Cool.
And this
Yes.
is why after that I was scared of doing anything else. And then Ray tried to rig my weapon to shoot me instead.
Shoot a
And
blank, quote unquote.
yeah, that would actually
Oh,
shoot
also
me.
now that you've seen Firefly, the whole session with the sort of like Western town should probably make a little more sense.
Yes, yes.
What, James,
It
did you do
does.
Jamestown?
Yeah, I finished all of Firefly now. Except
Which is
for I
good.
didn't watch Serenity yet.
Mm.
So, the space senator, was that Nishka? I always thought he was Nishka. Cassidy Dubois.
Oh no.
Oh dang.
No, I was going less for a Nishka and more for a Gary Oldman in Fifth Element.
Mm.
Hmm.
Jebediah Zerg. Good job. Good job.
Oh, yeah, I guess we started going off on another side quest.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes. Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
All right,
night,
thanks a lot.
everyone.
Have a good night.
See you in the next stream. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.